So, welcome back to what are we doing? We're doing Belligerence and Benevolence. It's Tolstoy. It's Good Society. It's a floor wax. It's a dessert topping. I'm a little goofy cat from Dreamation this week. So, if you're watching this, you're going, "What the heck am I watching?" You're watching Con Drop in action.
It's a
Um,
floor wax. It's a dessert topping.
I'm sorry. I believe in the classics. It's a very deep cut for you old Saturday Night Live fans. Or, Saturday Night Live fans who are old like me. So we have a wonderful cast. They are much more serious than me tonight. So why don't I start by introducing Serafina, who keeps showing up for these things?
Show up because I love you. Hello, I'm Serafina. I'm also wacky from Condrop, but it's fine. I am playing Count Andrei Fyodorovich Vasilev, who might be the kindest person in this game. I'm also pretty sure I must kill him, but we'll see how that goes. So far, we have seen him marry somewhat unhappily, have gay sex, make friends with Napoleon, and just sort of generally be fairly delightful, if slightly tragic. And that is all.
Fairly delightful, if slightly tragic, was sort of the sweet spot for this game.
Yeah.
So, since we've done Andre, let's do Boris, who is his friend, his close friend, his boom companion, who is played by Richard.
Let us do Boris. Somebody needs to.
Oh.
Boris is the brother of the Countess Vasilisa Ivanova. He is a hedonist by playbook, but is possibly slightly nicer than others, and really is desperately trying to be a decent person, but just wants to be left alone to engage in his hedonistic ways, and keeps getting pulled back by the demands of, even in Petersburg, a conservative society. But is now married to Sveta, who is possibly the best person for Boris to marry in all of Russia.
You know what? Legally, you might be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for given definitions of marriage.
So I guess the thing to do would be to go to Sveta, who is played by Leandro.
Hi, I'm Leandro. Today I bought my dad a Ulysses S. Grant biography because he wants to be a full dad from now on. That's my random fact of the day. I'm playing Svetlana Fedorova, formerly Morozov. I just realized I gave her the wrong patronymic because her patronymic is Petrovna, but her dad's name is Victor. I need to fix that in a moment. But for now, just so you know, Sveta is the meddler, I guess, playbook wise. She's dead inside. Well, she thinks she's dead inside. She's just full of sadness. She's part of a family those of ill repute, scandals and whatnot. That's kind of like made her grow up thinking that she needs to just put a lot of walls, just get in and just no stab people before she gets stabbed, metaphorically, so to speak. She had one light in her life, which is her friendship with Countess Vasilisa, although that has kind of been strained in the past couple of years. Things change, people change. It's all quite sad. As mentioned, she married Boris. Once, maybe kind of still rivals, kind of. It's a marriage of convenience in the sense that both people knew exactly what they were going to get into, and they both knew each other so well that why bother marry anyone else? It's you marry for love. It's a lot of pitfalls, a lot of minefields there. At least Sveta and Boris knew what they were getting into. So last time we saw her, she was approached by character we'll meet later, and to basically become friends, and that character doesn't know what she's in for. I'm so sorry.
Oh, not to worry. I have many interesting letters planned. So cool. Let us go on then to the heart and soul of our drama society, Daryl, who is playing the aforementioned Countess Vasilisa Ivanova Vasileva.
So I'll just go off and start off by saying Vasya gets a bad rep. She just really wants everyone to, live their best lives, or at least her idea of their best lives. And she's just done everything that she can to watch out for her little brother, who continuously makes mistake after mistake after mistake, including falling into bed with her husband. So that was a thing that Vasya figured out the last time we met. And how she's going to cope with that is going to be really interesting. So yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Oh, joy, rapture. And hi, I'm Kat. I'm the facilitator. I had the crazy idea that this would be a thing to do. And I am also playing Princess Elisaveta Nikolaevna Volokova, known as Babette. She is the daughter of my former character, Nikolai, and is becoming fast friends of Sveta, which is probably a poor idea, and feels that Borya is a wonderful and spiritual human being with a deep hole in his heart that she does not know how to heal. Short answer, lady. Yeah, you can't. You're playing for the wrong team. So cool. When last we left off, we had our rather surprising novel chapter. So I think we need to maybe take a look at folks' reputation. We didn't do that last time. We all needed to sort of figure this out. But before we do that, hey folks, it's time for your safety lecture, because I keep forgetting to do those, and I should not, because they're super important. Right now we are using the X card. You can type X into the chat. You can say X card. You can do this, and we'll stop and we'll figure out what problematic content that you didn't want in there, and not ask any questions why it's problematic, because that's none of our business. Just we'll rewind and figure out a different way. We also have some lines and veils. Right now our lines are coercive sex, animal abuse, and child abuse, so we just not having those in the game, period. And our veils are sex because, hey, it's a 19th century novel. I mean, we're pretty steamy as it is, yeah. Though I have a feeling like we're kind of, some of the things that have happened on screen in this would have been off the page in the actual book, but that's cool. That's fine. So meanwhile, if everyone's going to take a look at their reputation and maybe figure out where we are on that, I have to look at a new one now, so that'll be fun.
I'm not sure what to give myself as a tag for a negative tag for just straight up having gay sex on a balcony. Just saying. I mean, I'm just gonna say disloyal. And then I actually have to give myself a bigger negative tag, right? Black sheep.
I'm pretty sure Babette definitely takes a negative tag, but I'm trying to think of a punchy way to express. What I want to express is that she's running with a bad crowd, but it's because it's her fault. Like, she lacks the moral judgment to not run with a bad crowd.
Sheep among wolves.
Yeah, she's already naive.
Yeah.
Maybe I can just put poor choice of company.
Yeah.
Question for Sveta: Did we do a round of reputation after we got married? Because I see one there that I thought I added after we got married, but I didn't know we were doing that.
I think we did. Yeah, we definitely did, because the second novel, because last session we were like, oh, we'll do visitations. It'll be fairly quick. It really wasn't.
And we got engaged.
Yeah, yeah, that did happen. Yeah, I think I definitely took a positive from that.
Okay, I did too. That's what.
Cool. So how's everybody? Oh my God, Boris.
I'm tied.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
I mean, technically, Vasya's right up there with you. Must run in the family. So.
Yeah, would I have gotten a positive just for like saying yes to Babette's like, hey, let's you. I'll show you. I can show you the world.
What's your background? You're the
Well, no, I'm ill reputed, so.
Yeah, I mean, let's see.
I was just being nice.
Yeah.
But, I did not experience considerable hardship nor compromise any of my desires.
You didn't make a sacrifice or deny your own desires to show you're not like the rest of the family. That would have only worked if you had actually been like legit taking her to like Good Society, but that ain't happening because she keeps living in the house of Boris and Sveta, where the hate is real.
No. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to getting a protege. Oh well, I can make do without reputation, getting a reputation tag.
Wow. Yeah, I would have been a good protege too. I don't know. Let's think about this a little bit more. I mean, would your family have wanted you to associate with someone like Babette?
Yeah, because they're snakes.
And like not exploit her for money.
Oh, obviously they expect me to exploit her for money.
Is there anyone your family doesn't want you to exploit for money?
I don't think so. No, I have to ask my dad. Dad, do you think there's anyone who I had known? Do you think should I exploit Babette for money?
Of course, I can't pay these gambling debts on my own.
So there you go.
There you go. Okay, I really would love to have that for you, but
yeah,
I mean, think you would have had to do something nice for somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I do get the idea that Sveta's she's a bit sincere about wanting to show Babette the world, but like she's not good at expressing that, and it wasn't very obvious when we did last week. So I'm fine. It's fine.
Yeah, well, I didn't get the idea that she was going to show Babette to like the nice world. She was going to show her to her and Borya's world, which is full of, transvestite actors and
hey, look.
Champagne flowing
it's
like
a
water.
Nice enough world for me and Boris, okay?
Well, it works for you. You two are quite happy in your degeneracy.
By 19th century standards, we're a very happy couple.
Well, I mean, you're not hating each other, and I was gonna say, and your children are probably fine, and then I was like, oh God.
Oh God.
There was at least a year in which our family
theoretically happen. I mean,
there was a year in which our families left us alone.
This is fair. Okay, cool. I took a negative tag. I took poor choice of company. Richard is you're just a mess of good and bad qualities. Andrei is a romantic
family quality.
Andrei is just going full on, Byron-esque hero at this point.
Yeah.
It's like all good qualities and then a couple of, negative qualities that show us how deep your heart is.
I'm just so good.
Oh, wow, shrewish? Shrewish for Vasya? That's awesome. Yeah, no, wait, you. That's fair. And Sveta is Sveta, so that's cool. Great. Whoops, I don't want that. So I guess we're on to epistolary chapter, because in 19th century Russia, we write letters. We write letters. Anybody got a letter that they're burning to get out?
Ooh.
So just a quick question, because this will be whether depends on how people feel about this. I want to do a little bit of a time jump. So if everyone's okay with it, a year, or if everyone wants less time, 3 months.
I'm cool with a year.
I'm cool with a year. We got plenty of time.
A year sounds fantastic.
Okay, cool. My dearest husband.
Oh boy.
I know that it has been so long since you have had word of me. I know that to discover my bloodied gown at that party must have been quite a shock to you. I must apologize. I don't know how I got here. I don't know how I've spent this time. Been since I have come back to myself. Awakened in a small chapel out on the outskirts of Moscow. Apparently, I have been living here for a year. No memory. But I do hope that you will come and rescue me soon. I can't remember anything of what happened that night. Please, please, dear husband, come find me. Your beloved Vasya.
Let me be the first to say, oh my God. Cool.
I had to mute myself so I could react.
So who wants to follow the who?
I'll go. To Count Boris Ivanovich Fedorov. My dearest Boris, I have received word today of my wife's reappearance. I know that over the past year, we have all assumed that she was dead, or that something far more terrible had happened to her, but apparently she has come to herself all of a sudden with no memory of how she arrived at her location. I must go to her. I must find her. I feel as though my heart were ripped in two, because all I wish to do is be with you, but I must away to my wife and bring her home. I do hope that this does not mean that things will need to change between us, but part of me also knows that it must. I love you with all my heart and soul. I am away quickly now, before the first light. Hope you will get this and I will already be gone. Your dearest, Andrei.
Okay. I'm gonna bend this slightly. This is Babette's diary. So, March the 21st. Another night spent with Sveta at Borya's. Entertaining as usual. Many charming actors came. April 14th. Yet another night at Sveta and Borya's. Everyone is charming and they dance well, but yet I still feel that the loneliness I bear is not much ameliorated. Were Andrei present, I have no doubt that I could speak to him. But since the recent resurrection of his wife, he has no time for anyone, not even Boris. Boris may be the saddest man I have ever met. There's some great shock to his system, some deep chasm in his soul that he cannot heal. I feel that spiritually he would be equal to me in every way, and yet I do not feel that I can ever reach him. June the 15th. Still more parties. I wander my father's house alone with the keys on it. But there is no Bluebeard at the end of the last room, just a mirror. I wind the clocks, especially the large one in my father's study. And yet no one comes to share the time with me. I feel nothing inside. October the 15th. Last night was the worst. I drank champagne until the dawn came up. Sveta insisted I accompany her to a place where the opera singers love to spend the early morning with their lovers, of course. And yet I had to beg off. I felt a revulsion, a nausea rising in me. I do not understand why my life has become so debauched. I tried reading Petrarch to help me, but I could barely make out the words anymore. December the 5th. This morning I got into a furious row with old Matvey, and I nearly fired him when I told him I was leaving the next morning for Petersburg. Now I'm on the road, the Smolensk road. Above me the stars are clear and sharp. Orion is guarding the heavens with his mighty sword. My hair is covered with frost, and I feel more alive than ever. I told them to send my baggage along. All I need is my traveling dress. Of course, my father's house is now owned by Hélène, but I'm sure that Mama, Katish, will take me in, and perhaps her wisdom will finally guide me out of this horror. But for now, the moon shines bright on the snow. I am alone, and I feel welling inside me some great spiritual awakening.
My beloved wife. I write to you in the hope that with me gone, my sister will come and visit her home and resume her conversations with you. She can be cruel, but it's never been even once her intention to be. My presence there would merely be a distraction to her. The servants of the country estate send their regards and hope that you will join us for the Epiphany. Yours, your husband, Boris Ivanovich.
You sign with your patronymic? That's cold, man. No, it's so appropriate.
Yeah.
It's like signing your letter, Mr. Fedorov.
This is a letter from Svetlana to Vasya. Dear Vasya, I hope I know. Well, scratch that. I think the letter you get, if that is scratched off, she is going to send this letter as it is. The years have not been kind to us. I know, and that seems to be the most obvious thing to say, but it needed to be said. I hope that you're recovering well from your ordeal, and I write with the utmost sincerity to tell you that I wish that I'd been there to help you. I've forgotten so much of what we were when we were young. It feels that so much has come between us, and I would like the chance to clear all those away, just for now, even for just a day. If you're able, and if you're not, that's perfectly fine. But if you're able, please come visit your family home. You'll find no one there besides me waiting for you. I would like for this to be just the two of us. And I would very much like to be with your company once more. Whatever you want said, whatever you want to bring up, that's your prerogative. Know that I am, as always, your friend, Sveta.
I think that Vasya writes a reply. My dearest Sveta, I must say the tenor of your letter shocks me. I know that I have been through such an ordeal, but my husband treats me with kid gloves. He hardly speaks to me, he hardly visits me, and my dear brother I have not seen at all since I have returned. And your letter sounds almost like you're inviting me to a wake. Ugh. I will visit, and I will make sure that when I come and when I convalesce, we will have a grand time. Oh, my dear Sveta, I've missed you so much. I don't know quite what happened or quite how I got where I was, or even how I lost track of myself. I mean, in the convent, they didn't know who I was at all. They named me Marina. I scrubbed floors. I peeled potatoes. I did so many things that I never had done before in my life. It was so hard, but so exhilarating. Oh, I can't wait to share with you all of my stories. Oh, I understand what you're saying about the fond missing of youth. Everything seemed so much simpler. Everyone seemed so much happier before the war. I want to get back to that. I want happiness. I want our homes to be full of laughter and love again. I will see you at the Fedorov estate, and I will bring as much joy as I possibly can. Ecstatic to see you, your Vasya.
I can't trust any of this. This is Daryl we're talking about.
I am going to write a letter to Babette from her loving mother. Dearest Babette, I am thrilled to hear that you are coming at last to Petersburg. I have been so concerned for you and for your well-being these last few months. I feel as though I have watched you slide in ways that I would not have wished for you into a life that is more function than form, if you take my meaning. What I would like most for you is for when you arrive, for me to treat you to 1 or 2 new dresses, and then we shall go to the most stately parties, and I shall find you someone to help fill the lonely hours which I understand that you have been dwelling within. I love you so dearly, and I hope to see you soon in good health and good spirits, for we will have such a grand time, and I will do everything I can to ensure your happiness. Your loving mother, Katish.
This is from Princess Babette to Andrei.
Oh boy.
Dear Andrushka, while I have been pleased to call your darling wife my sister since I first met her, you have always been my brother. So we grew up together until I was sent away, and the charming boy of my youth has grown up into a serious and well-respected man. The recent troubles that you have been heir to, I cannot express the depth of my horror that you were plunged in such a darkness only to be drawn out. It is something truly mythic, something Orphic, I think. I am currently staying with the Princess Yekaterina Mihailovna at the estate that my father was pleased to buy before his untimely death. I know that you spent very little time here, but he informed me that you always loved it. And while I know that it, as the scene of his final days on earth, it cannot help but to summon up deep emotion in you, I beg that you come and pay us a visit. While the weather as spring has come again, and the trees are blooming. Dear Sandrushka, nothing would give me more pleasure than to see you. And frankly, my dear, since I may address you as a brother, my mother is driving me completely insane, and I will go mad if she continues to invite every squire of the province to come and visit us, as if the ability to do a halfway decent écossaise is going to somehow cure me of the doubts that plague me. I do not know that there is any man who will ever find a way to win my heart. I do not know that my heart is something desirable to win. I know, however, that you are my brother and have always loved me, and I have returned that love. Please come and bring your darling wife as she is able to travel. With love always, I embrace you as I kiss you, and kiss you as I love you. Your sister Babette.
Oh. That everybody?
I have one more I
We've
want
gone
to do.
twice, but yeah.
I would have one more I'd like to do.
Do it.
To the Countess, Svetlana Viktorovna Fedorova, sometimes called Sveta, from her father. Countess, my dearest, there seems to have been a profound misunderstanding. I do not know who informed you that I was deceased, but I can only assume that disinformation is why you have not come to visit. Since I gave you away at your wedding. I consented to this marriage because it would be profitable for the family. And yet, despite a very wealthy household that you've married into, of decent, non-princely title, you have nothing to show in your account. I hope to call on you very soon so that we may discuss this misapprehension that you have, that your father has passed on into another world without want or need. I assume that moving on the circles you do now, you are able to find someone that you can turn to your profits. I do not like the word blackmail, but I do like telling people I will pass on their secrets if they do not give me money. I hope we do not need to review the basics of extortion. Your loving father.
What is wrong with that family?
I almost want to add as my third connection another member of that family and see. Just. Ugh.
Are we good on letters then? Okay, cool. So let's do some upkeep. So hey folks, I know we're on our last thing, but people will watch this and maybe talk about it in the future. A lot of us have a huge pile of resolve tokens, and one thing to remember is that resolve tokens can be used to change the world. So even though it kind of hurts her own interest, I think I'm just gonna charge Vasya a resolve token for that because it's a kind of big turn in the story. Also, everybody has a huge stack, and you're gonna get them back anyway because we're doing upkeep now. So a reminder for your upkeep, you're going to want to look at your internal conflict and see where that's going. And every box you check off this cycle will give you a resolve token up to 2. So
Should we do monologues as well?
yes, definitely do that.
Do we reset our inner conflict checkboxes, or do we need to check the new boxes, uncheck previously unchecked boxes?
No, you leave those checked. So once you've done one of them, you can't do it again until you finish the conflict. Somebody monologued last time, right? Yep. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I did. I just checked it off when we started this round.
Cool. So yeah, lots of people got monologue tokens. Let's hear it. Bring it on.
I know who I want to spend mine on because it's fucking obvious. I would like to know Boria's reaction when he gets the letter saying that my wife is resurrected.
I think he's standing there holding the letter, and probably the messenger arrives fairly late in the evening. I think he's standing by a lamp, reading it. When he folds it and sets it down, and he sort of waits. And then he goes to pour himself a brandy and just sort of holds it. He doesn't really drink it. And he just thinks, am I such a monster that I can find out my sister is alive? after all this time, and I do not weep with relief and joy, but I sense an old, old dread. As if some cruel old schoolmaster was about to come around the corner and correct everything and make it fit and make it correct. It is so unfair to her. It is so ridiculously selfish of me. And yet, despite everything, I can't even bring myself to go upstairs and wake Sveta, for whom I know this would bring some happiness and joy, because I do not know how to feel that right now. He folds the letter very tightly and shoots back the brandy and leaves the room. I would like to spend my monologue token. I would like to know what Vasya is thinking after she returns to her own home. Where Andrei has taken her or brought her.
So to clarify, is this like the Fedorov house in the country, or is this
I think this would be the Andrei's house.
the Vasilev house?
Yeah.
Okay. I think what's the time of year? Is it like I think the last thing I heard was like basically like January? Epiphany?
Yeah, I think it's winter.
Okay, winter. Cool. So it's a very different courtyard, but in the center of it is like the same fountain, because I had Andrei move the fountain from my old home. Like I was a little domineering before, but you know. And I think that I'm sitting out by that fountain again, and I have my hand resting on the ledge, and I'm just watching the water, like, you know, babble out of the fountain. And I sigh and I smile a little bit, and I kind of whisper, "Hello, Mother. It's been such a long time. I'm sure that you've kept a watchful eye on me, and you've seen all the adventures I've been on, even when I did not know I was on them. I'm sure that you saw every twist and turn that this path has taken me, and now you see me safely deposited back here in the home of my husband. I didn't know how much I longed to be back in this place. I didn't know how sad I was without all of them. I didn't know what kind of person I could be without all of them. But now I know. And thanks to that prince who came and brought me back, now I'm with them again. And it is such a relief. I know that they all have their distance. They treat me as if I'm still some sort of ghost, even though I am here. But I hope to break through their icy exteriors. I hope to warm their hearts once again to how it was when we were young. All this time, I cared so much about the Fedorov name. And I tried to force each and every one of them into doing exactly what I wanted. And now I see that that was the wrong way to go about it all along. I hope to make amends for those crimes. And I hope to bring about the happiest of all possible futures for us. One day, Mother, we'll be reunited, I hope. And when we are, I want you to tell me all about what you thought. And she gets up and she goes back inside. And I suppose I'll spend my token on... Oh, wait, no, I don't have a token. Never mind.
Yeah, it's weird. I just noticed. Yeah, I'm the only one who has a token left, but neither myself nor Kat has monologue.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I think we forgot to mark it. So either Vasilisa has a monologue token, we messed that up, or we forgot who monologued last time. I honestly don't remember.
I think that I had forced Boris to monologue about like his feelings between Andrei or Timote.
Yeah, I think Boris and I both monologued last one.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I remember that, the Andrei or Timofey monologue.
Yep. Okay, cool. So you got the monologue twice. So if Sveta, you want a monologue, that's okay.
Okay. I don't know. What's the prompt?
I think I want to know, because Sveta kind of watched her friend get married and then become sort of bitter and angry and stuff, and now we're sort of seeing this like return to how Vasya used to be. So I think, some thought about how she was before she left or that sort of thing. I don't want to push that you've already seen her because I'd like that reunion to be on camera, unless you guys are cool with doing it in a monologue. But
No, I think I think I know how this goes. Yeah, I think I want the reunion on camera as well. But yeah, I think this is back at the Fedorov house. Boris is gone. And Sveta's just finished reading the letter she received from her dear old papa. And she's all alone. And once she's finished reading that letter, just this spasm of hate just wells up in her. She kind of crumples the letter in her hands. And I hate him. I hate him so much. Not only because of who he is, but what he's done to me and my family. He's always tried to shape the world to what he wants it to be, which is just like him. Ugly, cruel, always looking for the easiest place to plant a dagger. He's made sure that I'm like him to quite a severe degree. The worst is, it might be true. It may be that he's made me ugly and cruel and always looking for those daggers. I had not... Vasya has gone for a year, and my first thought when I heard her be resurrected and be found, so to speak, was... My first thought was, is this a ploy? Is this some sort of trick? Is there something being positioned against me? That was my first thought. That was what first came to my head, and I hated it. I hated it so much. I tried to dash it away. I dearly, desperately tried, and I'd like to think that I've done, but it always remained that was my first thought when I'd heard she had come back. This is. I tried. I really did. I thought that I'd been so smart. I've been so cunning. But I've just made myself empty. I've just made myself cruel. I would very much like to not be this way again anymore. And I need to be something else. I need Vasya again. I need that certainty she always brought. And when she became cruel, I thought my father right. The world is cruel. But I would not like. I don't want it. I would not want it to be. Not anymore. I don't want this. I don't want him. I just. I think she leaves that thought unfinished. Just kind of crumples the letter away. Just sits in the darkness. Well, candlelight, I guess. How else can you read that letter if there's no light? Yeah. I think I have one more token, and Babette hasn't monologued yet. I don't think so.
I have not.
Yeah. I kind of want to know. I mean, the simplest question I have is basically, what does Babette want? Like, has she figured that out? Is she any close? Like, yeah, especially after she's gone back to her mother. Is it any better?
You are so cruel. Okay. So this is during the winter when she first arrived in Petersburg. It's, the late afternoon. Tea time is over. There's a stack of visiting cards on the table, and maids are clearing away the tea sets because quite clearly there have been several callers who've come today to see the Princess Ekaterina and her daughter. And she's sitting by the piano. She's taken out her glasses and put them on because nobody's here. So she feels like she can indulge herself. And she's reading Plutarch in Latin, of course. But she kind of tosses the book aside and picks up her album where there's a sketch of Boris that she's been working on for a while. And she thinks to herself, if I'd met you in Germany or in Paris before I came here, before you became what you are now, what would we have been? Not lovers, I don't think. And yet, I see in you a parallel soul. We both burn for a kind of love that is different. I'm sensitive to my mother's concerns, and certainly I must look to my own upkeep and property. And although I'm of means, there's a necessity to guard that, but I will not marry some prince who happens to be a colonel of the guards simply because it would be a good match. What would be the point of that? To be as unhappy as Boris and Sveta? To be as unhappy as Andrei and Vasya? No. I think that if I must embrace a philosophical spinsterhood, then I might as well get it over with now, without giving up hope of love. I think I shall no longer seek it. I shall let my mother bring whoever over she wishes to. But I do not think I shall allow myself hope any longer. Hope is for heroines in novels. For those of us marooned in this world, we can only have our books and our thoughts.
Everyone's so sad.
Everyone is sad. You did notice that it's a Russian novel.
Now we all die in the snow.
Yes. So we got a novel chapter to do. If you like, maybe we should take our break slightly early and do that before we plunge into a novel chapter. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I will see you in about 5 minutes or so, and we'll carry on. Okay, here we go. So what kind of novel chapter do we want? I heard some talk of doing the Vasya Sveta reunion on camera, so that could be a visitation chapter. On the other hand, we could go to Vasya's first appearance in society after her resurrection. That would.
It's our last chapter, and visitation might be good.
We have one more novel chapter after this. But
Oh,
yeah. Okay. So
I'll leave it up to Vasya.
seems fair.
I think for like the latter, we should all be together.
Daryl, Drew breaking up a little bit.
Maybe like the whole chapter, like it'd be great if we were all together for the finale. So like maybe this chapter is
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's do some visits.
So let's just dive right in with when Vasya arrives at the old country estate to meet Sveta.
What's changed about the country estate since you've been gone, you think?
Well, being constantly subjected to artists and their ilk has definitely not been great for the exteriors.
It's a lot of toilet paper thrown around.
It just looks a little bit more ramshackle than I remember it, that's all.
Yeah, I think...
Is it just the two of you?
I think I'd said that my letter to Sveta was that I was going to give her space for that.
Yeah.
But if Andrei wanted to come along, I think that Vasya would probably have been very supportive of that.
I think it's possible that Andrei doesn't really leave you alone anymore.
And I think that's actually like the scene is basically like getting out of the carriage and you're trying to like very gently like help me down. And I'm like, Andrushka, I am not a fragile little bird.
And as you're getting down, I'm like, just because you are not fragile doesn't mean that I cannot treat you like a precious thing.
You see a coquettish blush cross over Vasya's face, and she like entwines her arm in yours and then walks down the familiar path to the front door.
I'm glad you let me come with you. It's been a long time since I saw this place.
It's been a long time for me too, and I'm glad you could be here.
I hope Sveta doesn't mind.
I think Sveta will be glad for the change of company. From what my gossiping cousin Rosalina has been telling me, apparently this place has been company to all sorts of people who I'm sure have been boring her to tears.
Well, we'll find out, I'm sure.
Then Sveta, do you greet us at the door?
Oh yeah, like she doesn't send anyone to to open the door. She does it herself. I think if this was a slow motion shot when as she's opening the door, she sees you first. Big smile about her face. Sees Andrei. Rein it in. Conceal, don't feel. And sorry. And she opens the door and she sees the two of you, and she's like, "Oh, welcome. It's been a long time. No, please come in. Out of the cold, quickly."
I think that Vasya doesn't gives you this disapproving look at your formality and just goes over and hugs you, and then smiles so much and says, "It's so good to see you, Sveta."
Getting Sveta's shocked, but and she kind of her gaze is on Andrei, but I think she didn't realize this. No, it's been a year. It's been an entire year, and she just hugs you back as tight as she can, and she says, "It has been a while. It's very good to see. It's very good to see you, Vasya." And she breaks away kind of just awkwardly. I think this is kind of the first time you've seen the both of you seen her quite a bit unmanned. She looks she's very formal. It's sort of no, come in. I've had tea prepared. The old drawing room, and she kind of waves half-heartedly at the. Oh, the place is all right. But
I think as you're flitting around in your trying to introduce us to the house and all this stuff, Andrei wraps one arm around your shoulder and says, she hasn't transformed into a different person. She simply hasn't been here in a while. Relax.
Then I walk over and I put another hand on your other shoulder and I say, "Don't let him tease you, but yes, you should relax. After all, this is just a visit from your dear sister and brother-in-law."
If I didn't tease her, she'd think I transformed into another person.
I sigh and when the two of you know very well that I'm never relaxed. But no, please, let me take you to the drawing room and we sit down, warm ourselves up, and just be with each other. I think we kind of quick cut to the drawing room, and I'm pouring both of you tea, and I'm kind of saying I think I'm finishing up a long-winded story that was clearly carefully designed to be small talk about, I don't know, these trapeze artists that were passing by. And it's very clearly constructed to be and that's what I'm filling up the conversation with for now.
I think as you're finishing up, Andrei says, "I think I'm going to go check with the footman about something with our bags. I'll leave the two of you alone."
I pat the hand that you had placed on my shoulder and I say, "Thank you, of course." And then I turn back to Sveta and I say, "Now, Sveta, that was a very entertaining story, and it sounds delightfully like you have been filling my old home with so much warmth and excitement."
Well, truth be told, it was mostly Boris's idea. I was content to roam the halls like some harridan and just haunt it, but no. He believes this place should be lively and busy, and certainly not a tomb as I would have preferred.
And I kind of lean in conspiratorially, and my face kind of drops a little bit, and it's there's the Sveta I know and love.
Truthfully, I've always wondered how you could have loved someone like Svetlana Morozov.
Well, even before she was Svetlana Fedorov and I was required to love her, I still thought very admirably.
Yeah, what was that last word before you sneezed? Because the audio dropped.
Very admirably of her. And then I lean in a little bit. Like I like reach over and I just like put my hand on yours and I say, "It's so good to see you again. Oh, I missed you so much."
Yeah, your words are too kind, and I kind of lean closer, and I'm like, it's no, it's been too long. Not even just a year, Vasya. Just even right before we all got married, ended up where we thought expected. Some say fought against, but where we all ended up. Even then, I missed you for so long. I'd wondered if I wouldn't want to sully today. And she kind of leans back again and it's like just defensively.
And I reach forward and I say, "Dear sister, you can tell me anything." I'm going to spend a resolve token to get you to tell me your most candid of feelings.
God. All right, how candid do you?
Like
I don't know.
the thing that will like you think the thing that you swore you would not tell me under any circumstance is just going to come spilling out of your mouth.
Oh God, I don't know. I'm rich with tokens. Should I accept this? Um. Okay. Sveta just kind of like steals herself and she just laughs and just you'd think this silly Vasya, but you'd for a while I thought that, well, like I said, I've always wondered why you, someone who's worked so hard, who's put her family be in front of her own needs. I always thought why you counted me as your dearest friend. Me, who wanted for nothing and actively spit in the face of the world most of the time. I've always wondered why, and she said, "You found me admirable." I can't square that with who I think I am, which is someone who really didn't exist outside of your company. Whoever I was out there is just they were a creature of my father's making. You've never met my father, and I dearly hope you never have to. He's a force unto himself. This is pointless. This is trivia. But yeah, I always thought, I just keep wondering why, and because I couldn't understand it, I sought to make sure that whatever connection we had, something I could never puzzle, that connection stayed. And I was afraid in the past few years I had twisted it. I'd changed it. I'd turned you to some other path, that I'd misled you, or it's Vasya, I was just, I'm sorry. I don't think you expected me to see me this uncertain.
And I lean in a little bit closer and I say, "Sveta, let me put your mind at rest. The reason I have always counted on you and the reason that I hold you in such high esteem is because Quite honestly, you are the most truthful out of all of us. You loathe yourself openly. It is quite a horrible character trait, in my opinion, but it is something that I can always count on your utmost honesty in. There are plenty of people who live secret lives, hiding the things about themselves that are the true parts of who they are. And there are people who connive, and there are people who twist things around, and there are people who would believe that you would have you believe that they are wonderful when they are just as broken as the rest of us. And that has always been what makes it so hard to love them. That you admit that you're human. And I wish I had your strength, and I wish I could do those things. And that's why I have always held you so close. Because you make no excuses for yourself. You make no lies for yourself. I deeply admire you, and I care for you so much because you are true.
God. All right. Hold on. Let me think. That was a lot to take in. Yes, but yeah, I think. Jesus Christ.
I think that Sveta's probably pretty flustered by that too. So
yeah, she's quite flustered, and I think
Vasya takes that moment and says, "Would you like to go to Paris?"
I think she gathers over and she tries to, her dignity's in tatters. She's like, well, I've heard all the places not to go to from all of Boris's guests, I guess. So, it's the process of elimination. I know every other place is worthy of visit, and yes, Paris sounds lovely. Paris sounds like it would be fun.
It would be just like when we were girls and we used to go abroad.
Gosh, that's been so long. I don't even remember. Where did we even go to? Did we ever go to Paris? It feels like we must have.
I'm sure we did, but I can barely remember it, so we must go again.
Let's. Clearly.
I think, can Andrei come back in? I think Andrei sweeps into the room and plants an affectionate kiss on your cheek and says, "Planning a trip without me?"
And I beam up at you and I just say, "Oh, just us girls."
Sounds lovely.
Your husband is terribly perceptive as always, Vasya.
I wouldn't have married a fool.
I don't think any of us have married fools.
No, we've all ended up with exactly who we're meant to be with.
Vasya just kind of sighs and rests her head against Andrei's chest and looks up at him endearingly.
Cute.
Yeah. I think just Sveta sips in tea trash and then she's trying to get back to old Sveta. But yeah, I think for the rest of the I think for the rest of the day it's just back to old times. Just mocking people, at least for her case, and just trying to get back to those old days. And yeah.
Nobody's got one in their head. I think I have one. I'm not sure where it's going to go, but I think I got one. Are we time jumping around a little bit this chapter? Like,
I think so, yeah.
That
so
sounds good.
that was winter. So Sveta and Boris are essentially separated, right?
In space, yes.
Yeah. I mean, divorce is not really a possibility, but they're separated.
But they've probably not been together that much of their marriage.
Right. So like he takes the country estate when she's in the city and vice versa, that sort of thing.
We throw big social events together and talk about other people over breakfast.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I think while Sveta is maybe in Petersburg possibly planning her trip with Vasya, because we don't really know. While Babette is out in the country with her mother, and Boris is all alone at his country estate. One day, Babette comes riding up in a droshky, driving it herself. A droshky is it can be many different kinds of carriages, but for this one, it's a little trap carriage with 2 horses and very low and open. She drives pretty fast, which is probably not a good idea because with all the dust that gets kicked off, she takes her glasses off anyway. Probably not smart, but she comes out and I think finds you in your study or in the garden.
I think the servants come get me in the garden, but I'm reading.
Okay. Great. So she walks up, puts back on her glasses, and Boris Ivanovich.
Princess Elizaveta Nikolaevna?
Please, we're speaking French. You might as well just call me Babette.
Of course. A gesture as if to receive her hand to kiss it.
Thank you, Boris.
You interrupted a terribly melancholy reading. I'm glad to see you.
You're not reading Goethe, are you?
No. These new commentaries on the Gospel of John.
Well, I have read my share of commentaries on the Gospels, but I have always, strangely, and I hope you'll not think it too irreligious of me, drawn more from the ancients and their philosophies, and some of our more modern philosophers. Though, while I agree that Mr. Rousseau was a wicked man, I find some solace in some of his ideas. Boris Ivanovich, in my father's library at the country estate, which I am fortunate enough to be currently dwelling with the Princess Yekaterina Mihailovna. As one might expect, there are many books on the history of war, including a fine Tacitus. But I found also a book that I think you would appreciate having, as it is a wonderfully elegant. It is not only a wonderfully elegant binding, but I find the text and illustrations to be remarkably attractive. And she hands you a book of Catullus.
Most intriguing, Madame Mademoiselle. Will you stay for tea?
Boris Ivanovich, I would be delighted that you overlooked my rudeness in coming unannounced with tea.
It is too early for coffee.
Well, to me, coffee always says Paris or London. The coffee houses of London, however, are a rather different matter. Do you know that poets come to them? It's the strangest thing.
People will think it's scandalous if you're going to be discussing poetry.
That would depend greatly on the poetry, Boris Ivanovich.
I would assume that the French poets would be much more scandalous than the London ones. At least in print.
You have not met some of the London poets.
Well, at least in print, then.
I can assure you that Mr. Coleridge is a fascinating chap when he's not in his cups.
Is he ceased to be fascinating when he is in his cups?
He becomes fascinating in entirely new dimensions, my dear sir.
Given the poor late Mr. Shelley seems scandalous, but he did live in Italy.
Yes, people are always going to Italy for their health and then drowning or dying of malaria or something. It seems that there's some step missing in this.
Perhaps if they had stayed in London, their death would have come sooner.
That may also be the case. It's a surpassingly filthy city.
Well, I hope you'll excuse the poor fare we have for tea. We're not counting on anyone besides me, and I tend to fast between lunch and dinner time.
I appreciate the philosophy of that. I myself often find it hard to remember to eat when I am working on some project that has captivated me.
Rather, I think it is the fasting that is my project. I've had to live in a state of a renewed appreciation for the ascetic life.
Well, far be it from me to champion too greatly l'art pour l'art. But as you are a married man and of no small means, I'm not sure what aesthetics you would need unless, of course, you are deeply unhappy.
I am. Why would you think I was unhappy? My wife is one of the smartest women in Russia.
And a notorious blackguard.
My wife, I'm sure. I don't know what you mean. I think I'm the notorious one in our relationship.
Boris Ivanovich, you have always been close to my brother. I would that you consider me as well a sister. I have no right to demand this, except that when I see a kindred soul that is in torment, a torment that perhaps I understand more well than you could know, then I make no great claims of saintliness or even of philosophy. I am poor flesh and matter, and it is harder for a woman to admit her temptations than a man, I think.
It is easy on no one to admit their temptations. It's a shame that church constrains confession until after we have sinned.
Monsieur, I know that as a true philosopher, you will value greatly d'être franchement, to be completely frank and open. And allow me to offer you this biscuit with a resolve token within it.
What is the flavor of this biscuit?
I wish you to speak openly to me, as you can speak openly to no person.
I think he takes the cookie and he stares at it. He sets it down on his plate. I do not begrudge Andriska a chance to talk to someone. What has he told you? Do not fear, I will.
Told me? No one tells me anything, my dear Boris. My mother does not tell me who is calling upon our house that she can auction off. She is a good woman, but she only understands the constraints that her own life was forced into, and therefore she tries to evade those traps while not seeing the bear pits to either side. Andrishka tells me nothing. You tell me nothing. Sveta tells me nothing. Vasya, I think, remembers nothing. But I have not read deeply in the Greek poets to not know a little bit about the sort of love that one might find between two noble men.
I do think Andrishka is torn between his love for me and his duty to my sister.
Andrishka was raised by my father, who I only knew a brief time, but I know of. And certainly the Princess Ekaterina has been more open with me now that everything is understood. And the prince was someone who would never commit a crime against the social order. Andrushka cares for Vasya, this I have no doubt. Andrushka knows the role that he must play as a good husband, of this I have no doubt. Andrushka, I cannot say that I have no doubt that he loves you. I do not know Andrushka's feelings except that he is a good and pure person, and that I think if he gives his love, it will be but once.
Have you ever had an emotion that is something you both hoped for and feared all at one time? It seems the sort of thing Germans would have a word for.
It is the sort of thing that women have a word for, my dear. Or have you not met any young girl of 17 suddenly both terrified and enraptured that she may be pregnant? Or that her husband may prove a bluebeard, or that her husband may go and get shot, or that her husband may turn out to have a preference for her best friend's brother.
Andrushka, I wanted him so badly in my life for so long that I was willing to give him up to my sister just to have him nearby. But I fell in love with someone else just to ensure he would remain in my family. And yet, he and my sister are in Moscow or Petersburg. They don't even write anymore. And I am here, waiting in this hermitage.
Boris. Borishka. You don't need to wait in a hermitage. I am but 10 versts away. It's a quick ride if you don't pay attention to the road. I never do.
I do like to walk.
Then I invite you to stay the night as often as you wish.
Do not fear your servants will start a scandal.
Well, if they do, I'll fire them. Besides, well, my father was a noble and upright and moral man. He was also in love for many years with a woman who was not his wife. Both he and the princess have made a habit of hiring servants upon which trust may be considered eternal.
I regret not knowing your father better.
I think we both share that misfortune. Well, yeah. To practicalities. Have you not thought about joining the army again? I'm sure with Andrei's pedigree, it would be a simple matter for him to get a commission for both of you to join the guards. While the peace reigns, it's reasonably safe. I'm sure you could take some sort of noble position in Poland, where the quarters are easy, and certainly you'll be popular with the men since you won't be stealing any Polish landowners' daughters from them. And I merely make a suggestion. I'm a very practical person. I was raised by too many extremely Germanic governors.
I have no notion of what to say to that. Are you so eager to be rid of my company?
I am so eager to heal a heart that I have watched be broken from afar for far too long.
I think that I shall stay here in the country for now. The army life was dull and rather stupid.
That does seem endemic to the army life, or so I am told, and certainly my father's writings on the matter have not done anything to disabuse me of that.
And I should go a long time before I had to put up with another Batman.
Well, understand that I feel, as much as I feel for your situation, it would be difficult for me to condone, say, a visit for purposes to my own estate. I suppose there would be nothing irresponsible in writing Andrei and begging him to please come and visit me, for my mother is driving me crazy, attempting to find me a suitor, and they are. Do you know that half of them don't even know that a waltz is in 3? It's it breaks the spirit, Boria. It breaks the spirit.
I'm very glad you came today, Babette. It has proven a little moment of decadence in my near monastic existence here.
Well, I did bring you catalyst after all.
I shall have to review this with the village priest.
I think reviewing catalyst with the village priest will not be something that will endear you to him.
Do not worry, he does not speak French.
Ah, well, you were fortunate. The translation, it is not a translation. It is in the original. But I understand that you speak Latin, so.
He speaks solely Russian and Greek.
Then we are at an advantage. Now, my dear Boris, rather than spend any more time dwelling on our broken hearts, shall we not perhaps walk in the garden or play some music and discuss who is your favorite French poet? I like Racine.
I think that's good.
It feels sceney to me.
Yeah.
The gays find each other.
I didn't say she's gay. She can totally understand being tortured by how hot some dude is.
True, it's true.
She may also be gay.
She may also be gay.
I mean, she may be at the point where it's like, well, shit.
Well, shit.
Let me just try this.
At least sleeping with women won't get me pregnant. Should we do a visitation of Andrei to Babette's summer house? She did beg me to come.
I did. Apparently that was the origin of the letter in the epistolary phase.
Apparently.
I feel like maybe we should have somebody that makes... Oh, God, of course. You know who has to be fucking there.
Who?
Fucking Hélène.
Whew. Yeah.
Yep. Are you coming, and should I invite Boris, or are you coming so that we can talk about this, or what?
I think I am coming and you invite Boris, but maybe
Okay.
Boris shows up like halfway through our conversation.
That sounds fine. And Elen can be doing Elen stuff in the back with it,
God.
whenever she wants
Poor
to jump
babe.
In the back.
Actually, I like the idea that when you come in, the servants show you up because they can't refuse you. You're Andre. You're the little master. We've been showing you around all our lives.
Yep. Yeah.
And you come in right in the middle of a huge fight between Babette and Elen over money, of course.
Great. And I think that because you are my sister, I'm not like formally dressed. Like I think I rode my horse here. I've been sort of out all day, and I come in my like dusty riding boots and everything, and I come in to this argument.
I'm gonna give Elena a token here because that deserves it. Wow. Holy cow. We're all pawns on Elen's chessboard. All right, cool. So yeah, as you walk in, I'm like, my father set aside a portion for you. You have been at it. You've had it deserved. My father gave you his house in Petersburg. I have given it to you. I have sold half the farms to pay your debts. I am telling you, Elen, not 1 ruble more.
My father this, my father that. He was my father for my entire lifetime. He's been your father for how many years now?
He was
Barely
my
any.
father for my entire lifetime, too. I was merely unaware of it.
Oh, but who did you call Papa? Certainly wasn't my father.
If I had known I would be walking into a fight between 2 cats, I might have waited downstairs.
Oh, Andrushka. How
Oh,
unforgivable.
look, it's another person coming to claim what is rightfully mine.
I think it's very interesting that you talk about rights, considering how much I know my adopted father gave to you during the course of his life.
Because I was his child. You were just some upstart ward that he took upon.
Allow me to venture that the relationship between parent and child is not defined merely by genetic material. Your father lay with your mother and produced you. That does not mean that you are up to the standards that I would expect as a child of so great a man.
And yet I was the one who lived in his house. And what do you do, Andre? I've heard the rumors about laying in beds.
Elen, you'll keep that tongue in your mouth.
I think that I shall do whatever I want with my tongue, as it is my tongue from my father.
I may have had some rumors swirl about me about whose bed I do and do not lie in, but at least I did not disgrace my name by marrying so low beneath me and running my family's money into the earth.
At least I'm married for love. How is Vasya, by the way?
In what way do I not love Vasya?
I mean, I think that we have very well established what way you love Vasya.
We have. I would appreciate it if you would leave me be with my sister.
And I would appreciate it if you give me what I want, and I shall see it tomorrow morning. Good day.
Perhaps we should give her the door to this place so that she may keep it firmly shut behind her.
Forgive me, Andre. I would never have wanted you to see that. This is my life now.
He walks up to you all covered in dust and glorious looking and wraps his arms around you and says, "My sister, I am here for you no matter the hardship."
Yes. Yes, everyone is here for me. Everyone is here for me from 300 versts away. What is to be done?
Would you prefer that I be here for you inside your house all of the time? Between you and your mother, perhaps?
That might be more amenable to you, perhaps. You know that Boris Ivanovich is quite close by.
He sort of steps away from you and says, "I don't know what you mean. Boris is indeed a good friend of mine."
He has become quite the good friend of mine as well.
I'm glad to hear it. He's an excellent man.
Yes, I know a few finer. Save yourself and our father.
He's a remarkable person. But his daughter didn't take after him. Eileen, obviously, not you.
I sometimes wonder if Eileen is my sister, but father may have had some difficulty sorting out the right way to treat the children that should have been his and the children that should not have. That is a cruel and wicked thing to say. Clearly, Boris is rubbing off on me.
Clearly, but, I do not think it is a bad thing to see you stand up for yourself.
How goes Vasya?
She has settled back into her life. She is headed to Paris to be with her friend. And I must say that seeing their friendship rekindle has been heartening to me.
I might not have recommended Paris if the latest news is to be believed.
Try not to control what my spouse does. I wouldn't want her to do it to me.
Quite. Well, certainly the troubles of the Dukes of Oldenburg are not important compared to that. Andrei, it will never be necessary to say anything to me. You understand? It will never be necessary to say anything.
What do you mean? About what?
You are my brother.
I
have known you since I was a small child. The greatest grief of my life is that the happiness I had going to school in Paris was without you. And that was the happiest time of my life. I never expected to come into something like this. But be that as it may, you will never need to say anything to me. Understand? All I say to you is that Vasya is a good woman. And she deserves something. And that I know that you love her. But I also know that you do not love her as she loves you.
And he leans back away from you and presses himself up against the wall and says, You are very direct.
Yes, I was trained by too many French logicians. I think we're talking in Russian, too. I don't think we can do this conversation in French. It's too brutal.
Too brutal. It's definitely happening in Russian.
I mean, French is just too abstract and polite. We never get around to it.
Right. Do you think that what I am is unforgivable, though? I feel as though her disappearance were somehow my fault.
Well, it's quite possible. I can't lie to you, Andrei. You are my brother.
That is fair.
You came back from the war and you married her and she was happy. And to taint that happiness must feel to you as a great sin and crime. I cannot deny that. But for all of us to sit around and be unhappy as if we are characters in some terrible play seems to me not a useful use of our time. I do not know the correct way out. I know what the priest would tell me to do, which is essentially everybody should be miserable and then God will make it all right in the end. But I have not believed in God since I was 8 years old.
Mister, are you sure that you are Russian?
No. I speak Russian with a French accent, or German if I'm talking about something about it in the theater. I don't understand these things. I've been outside of Russia for most of my life.
Because you see, of course, we Russians believe that if our lives are not a tragedy, then we have not truly lived.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the tragedy will find us no matter what. I'm having a rather long argument with mortality at the present moment. But be that as it may. Again, you will never need to say anything to me. Perhaps it is best I do not know, for then I can be the sister to Vasya I think she needs. I know that she loves Sveta, but Sveta is never going to be the person that she can turn to when all the world is rain. If I can be that person, then perhaps this miserable, boring life, marooned in Kazan, for God's sake, will be worth something. That and between entre nous, mon cher cousin, I'm doing a little bit of translation, and perhaps one day that will live on as well. Now, if that bell means what I think it means, then that means that there is a Britska outside driven by a rather roguish-looking coachman, for I'm afraid that Boria does continue to have a certain type. And that means that dear Boris is here, and that means I am unaccountably and irredeemably and quite rudely called away to see to some of the matters of the household, for the Princess Yekaterina Mihailovna has well earned her rest and should not be troubled by such tiny matters like this. So if you will do me the great honor, as my cousin and brother and now the man of the house, to meet dear Boris and take him into the back parlor where I've had tea set and made sure that the blinds are closed and that no one under pain of death shall trouble you for the first half hour, then I would be most obliged to you. And in return, you will sit down and you will listen to me play the entire Schubert sonata, and then, my dear Andrushka, you will sing.
He gently takes both your hands in his and says, "My dear sister, I have dined with Napoleon, and you are the canniest tactician I have ever met."
I did have the fortune of meeting Talleyrand on a couple of occasions in Paris. He was favorably impressed.
I'm sure he was.
Adieu, mon cher cousin. I will see you shortly.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I think Andrei rather shakily walks downstairs and is fussing and trying to make himself look more presentable, because I don't think he's probably seen Boris since before his wife came home.
As much as I'm tempted to put that on screen, I also kind of like the idea that we cut right when he opens the door and sees Boris kind of standing there with his hat in his hands or something.
Yeah, I think I just sort of open the door and it's this warm, quiet room.
So who has not done a visit yet?
I need to visit my dad.
Oh dear God, yes.
This is gonna be fun. I think I'll go to him if that's what he wants. Oh yeah, sure. Let's introduce Sveta's hitherto unknown younger sister, Sophia. Let's see, Princess Sophia Viktorovna Morozov. I've written her description as basically what if Sveta never had a friend like Vasya, aka filled with cunning rather than sadness.
Dibs.
Oh, who else would it be? Oh, God. It feels like I'm about to go up against a boss fight. All right, so I think, yeah, it's just me. Come a knocking to the Morozov house, the one that's rumored to being about to be sold, I guess, the one in Moscow. Who greets me at the door?
The servants.
Of course.
Well, the servant. I only maintain one.
All we can afford.
Of course.
In the front of house.
All right, so where do I find the two of you?
Parlor?
I think
Or should I call you in?
it's probably like a den or something, like a smaller room that's easier to heat.
Yes, yes. A converted study. I mean, we don't really have books.
Of course you don't. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so when I walk in, were you all are you waiting for me, or are you just were you in the middle of conversing, or
Do you think
what do I walk in?
are you already in there, Sophia, or should I call for you?
I think I'm like already there.
Had you announced you were coming?
No, this was quite unexpected. Or I tried to be, anyway.
Oh, look, the fine princess returns.
Now, dear Sophia, you know your sister's title is Countess now.
She certainly acts like a princess.
Well, you know, the Fedorovs are a very European family with money, but they lack old titles.
Yes, but the money's good.
I wouldn't know.
That's a shame. Can I sit down? Just some couch. Well, there, Papa, I've been called and I've answered.
Oh, this is actually a visit. I was afraid you were coming to your bright new dress to inappropriately mourn my passing. Because clearly you had not gotten that letter.
Oh, yes, that missive. Really, Papa, it was more of a suggestion. I felt.
Oh, that's true. I've always had a soft hand with you, never giving clear instructions, never being direct and firm. It is why you've grown so wayward in your adulthood.
Wayward? Is that. Well, if wayward takes me to a place of comfort and stability rather than this, whatever else you have left, then I shall continue down this winding path then, dear
If
Papa.
wayward means throwing out whoever you had left before, then you certainly are doing the best job of it.
Now, dear Sophia, we should be jubilant that your prodigal sister has returned.
Does the prodigal not have gifts to bear? Does the prodigal not have happiness in her heart to see us again?
Yes, I am certain that your sister, your beloved sister, has brought you something worthy of your beautiful hand.
And something more long-lasting than her smugness, hopefully.
Oh, don't worry. Well, I can't help but bring the smugness in. It's just my nature.
It's something you learned from your mother.
You wear it like a bad perfume.
Now, Sophia, we don't want to insult your late mother, even though you're the one who's taken more after me. In your cleverness.
Oh, my dear. Can I ask, is this what passes for conversation in this house? If I'm not here, do you pass the time wondering, where's Svetlana? When is she gonna come to save us from our doldrums?
Oh no, we've been looking at arranging marriages for dear Sophia.
Yes, I'm sure that my marriage will be much happier than the one that you have with that rumored scandal husband of yours. Scandal-laden husband of yours.
Oh, he is quite the charmer, dear Boris. But I was only following the letter of your order, dear Papa. You asked me to marry strategically, and I married the one person I know to not be a fool in Russia. We do not marry out of love, but out of convenience, really.
Well, I understand you turned down one Smirnov.
And look where he is now. And I'm going to spend a token to make it so that Lieutenant Count Vladimir Smirnov, as I think what's happened is that. Actually, no, this might be too cruel to Smirnov. I actually don't want to be too cruel to Smirnov.
It's impossible to be too cruel to Smirnov.
Bring it.
Yeah, I think. Ah, God, I think. No, my original idea was that so it's come to light somehow that, I think it was quite a secret back then, but it's come to light that, yes, he does have an illegitimate child. Maybe more than one. With not just Rosalina, but some other some other, like, I don't know, some other people. And spend that token just to be like, just to run away. And it's like, and Sveta is like, yes, well, that is a bullet well dodged, Count Smirnov. And if I may be so bold to say, dear Papa, if that is the best that you have against me, well, then my fears are true. You really have. You lost his touch, haven't you? You're just sitting here in this crumbling ruin of our house, dishing out your, frankly, quite impotent orders to your betters, people who've outgrown you. Look what they say in Moscow, in Petersburg, about Svetlana Fedorova. They don't say that she's a Morozov of ill repute. They say that she is smart, that she is intimidating, that she holds court in the Fedorova estate, high and mighty above her foolish husband's indiscretions. But none of his indiscretions has ever stuck to me.
I think that Sophia jumps up and is like, "How dare you speak to our father like that? How dare you come in here and parade yourself around like you're so much better than us when we know that you're still the same self-loathing Sveta you've always been." And I'd love to spend a token to just kind of trigger all of that stuff that Vasya said to flashback right now.
I'm gonna fucking take that. I was trying to get rid of some tokens because I'm sitting on a pile, but yeah, no, keep giving it to me. And I think I stand up and I say, well, I fully. Well, hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it.
Can I actually? I want to I think that the dire cost that I'd like you to pay is I want it to be she goes back and she says you're still the same Sveta Morozova that you always were and that you always will be, and then that with what Vasya said makes you feel complicit in our family and that you have to help us.
Oh.
I would actually also like to spend a resolve token to amplify that because
wow.
My resolve token is from the rumor about Boris. I accidentally unchecked the wrong one. You may think I do poorly, my dear, but your family isn't the only one who knows all the actors and opera divas. I have heard things that would cause harm and pain to those dear to you.
Well, stop being a tease then, Papa. Spit them out. I'd rather dispense with the subtlety.
It's a shame you It is a shame that you do not let me arrange your marriage properly. Instead, you married a catamite. His sister would certainly be deeply wounded.
Wounded? It would probably kill her.
I'm going to spend one of those tokens you gave me. But I'm going to rise to the bait. But I'm going to spend one of those tokens just to make sure that Sveta knows that Vasya knows. But I'm still going to rise to the bait. Like, you gave those tokens to me, so I'm kind of like, oh, well, as always with the morsel of the way, half right, as always. Yes, I am the product of your machinations. I'm the product of this place. Hateful, angry, unable to escape this horrible, hollow feeling that all of us are trying to run away from. But I am all that, and yet, somehow, I feel nothing but pity for the both of you. Is that all you truly have? A well-known, well-traveled story, or well-traveled tale? Do you not think that I would have married Boris if I had not known of his means? Do you really think that the best you can do is try and blacken his name to someone who loved him no matter what? Someone who already knew? Is that all you have, dear Papa? Because if it is, then, and I turn to Sophia, if it is, then you do well to escape while you can, dear sister, because you might actually stand a better chance if you break away as soon as possible and thrive with me.
Are you thriving, dear sister?
As best I can. Just all I could hope for. Certainly better than you or anyone else here.
I think Sophia looks around and like sees the kind of cold and squalor, and you see like a very calculating look across her face. She gets up and she goes to leave the room. She says, "I'll pack a bag."
And I'm going to spend another token. I'm going to use the rumor one with the Morozovs going broke and going to sell this house. I'm going to make that true. And I think, yeah, just like Sveta just looks at dear Victor and says, "Oh, don't worry, dear Papa. I'm sure you'll live the rest of your life in relative comfort. I'm sure you'll be glad to go to your death knowing that you've raised someone who finally outlasted the entire damned family."
It is unfortunate you were not staying to dinner.
If you'd like, I can invite you over.
I see no point.
Very well. And yeah, Sveta just leaves, and she and Sophia run off.
Whew. So I think the only one who hasn't done a visit where he visits someone is Boris, but he's been in a couple scenes, so that's cool. Do you want to do a visit there, Boris?
Yeah, I think it's. I've been in 2 or 1.
Cool.
So I think that's good.
Okie dokie. So we will do reputation now. We will not do rumor and scandal. We got the rumors and scandals that are out there. Them's all. I think it's weird. I'm pretty sure Babette got positive and a negative reputation token from the same thing, which is, basically being a procurer for her gay friends.
Oh, she's so great. I just want to say that out here in the broadcast. She's great.
That.
I mean, I definitely showed I'm not like the rest of my family by by throwing them into the gutter.
So I got a. That means I'm gonna pop a negative reputation condition, and the new arrival conditions are not so hot for me. Basically, I'm either offensive to someone of local importance, and they mean to make it known publicly, which could work, or someone close to me is appalled by my behavior and refuses to talk to me. Daryl's up. Certainly, there's some possibilities. Like Vasya could definitely not want to talk to me anymore. I mean, fair. Didn't mean to hurt her, but fair. So how's everyone else's reputation doing? I mean, can you have any more there, Boris?
I have 1 more negative I can take. I think
You're
that's
like
the
a
only one I've got.
traveling circus over there.
You can use those reputations for more tokens, right? And we're swimming in tokens, but
Yep. I think one of the things, if I had a chance to debrief this game, would be to talk about the token economy. I think, I don't know. It always seems like people have more than they need, unless they're really doing a lot. I nearly ran out when I played on Sunday because I was executing a very complicated plan to get my best friend married, rehabilitate the reputation of the person I wronged, and also set up a couple of local gossips to remind them who the queen of meddling was.
I expected this session to be less fusy and more Cold Warrior, so I was stocking up in tokens because I was gearing up for a fight, but that didn't happen. So
I think I take both a positive and a negative tag.
Jesus.
Well, I don't think you can take any more positive, can you?
No, I can't.
I'm gonna have to check to see if that's the actual rule, but for now,
Yeah.
let's just assume. So hey, I gotta take a reputation condition, and the two are either to piss off somebody locally and they're gonna expose me, or to have someone actually just refusing to talk to me and becoming my enemy. Which one's more interesting as we head into the last novel chapter? I mean, certainly, I could totally see Vasya refusing to talk to me, even though I'm trying to act in everybody's best interest. But
What were the 2 choices again?
1 sec.
I think it's like someone outing you as possibly like a far too cosmopolitan for Russian society, like scandalously so. Probably fits.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, that would be great offense. Your actions are offensive to someone of local importance, and they mean to make it known publicly. I mean, we have a bunch of busybodies in the connections for sure. We could also have Sveta just be Sveta, and it's one thing to be married to my gay on the down low husband. It's quite another to go around getting his boyfriend to come over and have dates. So.
Right?
Or it could be a connection, but it seems like that's the one we want to go with because I'm fine with either.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
So one thing I just want to clarify though real quick is so Sveta used a token to like spend it and like fully acknowledge that like Vasya knows about the affair. But just for like the way that it's framed in the fiction, like Sveta's the only one that Vasya has like intimated that she knows out of. To everyone else, she has been like super like, as she was in the first episode, very sweet, very charitable, very kind, and like giving no one any reason to doubt except for the fact that she's being so sincere.
Yeah,
Down with it.
totally down. She's probably gonna kill me, but that's fine.
I think you're wrong there, Andre. You're totally on the down low. It's a different thing.
Different thing, different area. I don't think they have a word for that in Russian. They just kill us.
Yeah, I think I got a positive reputation, and oh yay, I get a reputation condition. Hey, Sophia, do you want to be my protege? I think that's where we're headed anyway.
It's too late for Babette, huh? I became too cool for you.
No, she's off doing her own thing.
Yeah,
And,
that totally makes sense.
yeah, and I have to not save my younger sister, but you know, just make sure she stays out of trouble.
So if everybody's got their reputation done, we get to go on to everybody's favorite, the epistolary chapter. It's the last straight epistolary chapter. The last one in the game will be epilogue, so people can use it either as to write letters that are epilogues, or maybe just narrate them. Cool. Anybody got a letter they need to send? A lot of stuff happened last year.
Jeez.
I think I'll go ahead and start.
Mm-hmm.
So, real quick question. So, Richard, can you explain who Father Basil is?
I was thinking it's because I thought I thought Boris would die this time, so I gave him a confessor because that seems so Russian novel. A heretical confessor. He does not necessarily need to come in at this point because we're not going with that original plan. So
I was wondering if I was just going to say I was wondering if maybe that was the priest at the convent that I was staying at. Maybe.
Oh yeah, he might be, or a priest at the convent.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's my first letter. Is Father Basil, I once again want to thank you so kindly for the intense generosity that you showed in my time with the sisters. I think fondly of all of the conversations that we had where you instructed me on your interpretations of scripture and attempted to guide me in my wayward ways. I hope that I was not too much trouble as I continued to destroy every meal I tried to cook in the kitchen. And I hope that you and the sisters still think of me fondly as your little adventure into charity. I do want to write you to say that I have thought long and hard about all of the conversations that we have had about forgiveness and about sin. And I confess myself to still be torn. I know it is not my place to judge, and yet I judge. I am full of judgment. I am full of vengeance, and I do not know how to pour it out other than to continue with the plan that I swore you to secrecy of. I have made arrangements to prepare and protect my dearest friend, who has been the only one who has stood by me this entire time. And if you never hear from me again, and you never see my name in the papers, then perhaps everything will have worked out. Or perhaps along the way, your words will finally reach my heart, and perhaps I will be able to forgive them. Either way, this shall be my last letter. I hope that you do not take it personally that I still have not revealed to you my actual whereabouts or my true identity. I know that it was so strange when that man came and took me away. Until next time, or until never, Marina.
Cool. I'm gonna die. Cool.
Hey,
I
I
appreciate
got
it.
a resolve token for Katish. If she wants
Oh yeah.
to write me a letter. Yeah, 'cause I'm doing some stuff, kind of like the marriage project, kind of not getting anywhere right now. Kind of hanging around at home all the time, reading weird French novels and wearing my glasses and hanging out with the local gays.
Hanging out with the queers. Yeah, no,
My
totally.
salon is kind of scandalous when we're in Petersburg.
Yeah. Absolutely. So the letter is posted from Paris, where I think I've like gone back to like see some friends. And it reads, "My dear daughter," which always lets you know that you're in trouble. I am writing you sitting along the banks of the Champs-Elysees and thinking about your happiness, which is ever in my thoughts. I have tried on more than one occasion to draw you to the altar with an eligible bachelor. And I understand that this may not be what you desire, because you simply have not, one time, as they so crudely say, taken the bait. Babette, I care about you so deeply, and I want to suggest that perhaps if this is not the life you want, you consider a life as a lady in waiting, or some other honorable profession, perhaps even taking the cloth. I have led a life, and then there's a bunch of scratches. I have led a life up until now, which has been one where I have missed out on the things that mattered most to me. And I would not want that for you. I did not marry the man that I loved until 2 years ago. We only had so little time together out in the world, and the relationship that we had before that point has caused so much trouble for you, my child, and for the children that he had acknowledged before you. What I want for you, my darling, is for you to be honest with me. What life would you have? What would you see happen for yourself? Because I think that until this point, I have, as the old sometimes are wont to do, mostly considered myself with what I would want for you. So, my darling, I beg you, please open your heart to me when I return to Russia, and we will have an earnest conversation as between two women who know too well the ways of the world. Please send my love to Andrei. I understand that he is spending much time at your summer home of late. Much affection, your loving mother.
I am shooketh.
I mean, that's totally her attitude, right? Like,
Mm-hmm. Cool. Anybody got a letter?
Yeah. I have a letter for Sveta. Are you in the country right now, Sveta?
Yeah, I think
Have you
we just
returned
got back.
abroad? My dearest wife. When we married, I did not imagine how accustomed I would grow to your company. And I did not realize that until it has been so long absent. Welcome home to Russia. I can safely say this because if you're not coming home to Russia, you of course will not pick up this letter. So please do come visit me, or let me come visit you. This place is never as alive as when you are here. And I long to hear how my sister is doing. Boria.
Yeah, I'll write a letter back. I was going to write a letter to Boris anyway. Dear Boria, this is the first time you've ever seen her address you as Boria. Do you recall when the day you proposed this what I called in my head at the time venture that's led to our union? You asked me why. Oh no, I'm misremembering it. You did not ask. I simply brought up why I had hated you for a long time. And I seem to recall I told you a lot of evasive mumbo jumbo and never really made clear why. Truth be told, my reputation for being straightforward is as is my nature, muddled and confused. In fact, I'm quite good at covering up what I mean to say. So I mean to be truthful to you right now. I had hated you because I thought you were an impediment to Vasya. And we have come to this venture, so to speak, to safeguard her and make sure she remains Vasya. I do believe we failed on that front, my dear. No matter. Despite our worst instincts, she's come out of it fine. In fact, though she has not said, I do believe she would at least like to see her brother again. And I would like to see my husband again. There might be an occasion in the offing, but truth be told, the house is quite colder without your entourage, more multiple entourages, and it would be a pleasure to see you once more. Yours always, Sveta.
I think I have a letter for Vasya. Or not for, for Vasya. And she finds it when she gets home from France. Like he left it for her on her end table. And it says, Dearest Vasya, I anticipate that when you return, you will be too tired to read this, and I picture you in my mind's eye in the bright light of morning, poring over this letter with your morning tea, perhaps with dear Sveta at your side. I did not realize how much I cared for you until I thought you gone forever. And it is hard for me to say these things because I think that I am a man who loves deeply and with somewhat fickle passion more than one thing in my life. But I want to tell you that I love you truly and that I care for you deeply, and that the time when you were away was the most painful and terrifying of my entire existence. I know that I am not perfect. I know that the things that people say about me are somewhat true. But I would like our life together to be one of honesty and truth. And I would like the love that we share to come out in the light of day and allow us to say the things that we carry deep in our hearts to one another, rather than hiding them in the way that Russian society would have us do. In short, I long for the sort of relationship that our dear Sveta and Boris seem to have found for each other. When you come home, come to the country, meet me there, and let us talk as honestly as children, with nothing to lose. Yours, Andrei.
I want to write Vasya, but I'm also kind of like curious what she's going to write back about that, or if she's going to write about that.
I wanted a little bit more time to think about it. So if this wanted to be the other letter that arrived in the morning.
Okay, fascinating. Maybe around the time, who knows? But you get yet another very chatty letter from Babette, which she sends quite often, and generally they're not very interesting. But she was able to track you thanks to her mother being in Paris as well. And this one goes on a little bit about how she's taken new apartments in Petersburg, and they're not large, but they're elegant and well appointed. And she has, she's been entertaining very interesting and intellectual people, and not to believe some of the stories you've heard about the salon, that it has good people, if not always strictly orthodox viewpoints. But towards the end, it rises a little bit to the occasion and says, "My dear Vasya, I have called you sister from the first time I met you, and I've always meant it in my heart. If for nothing, even if you had never fallen in love with my dear brother Andrei, I would still hope to call you sister, for you are, simply put, you have that spiritual quality to which I have aspired to. And even when it is tarnished, you understand its form and understand the way to return to it. Had I this moral center, perhaps I would not have suffered as much as I have these past few years. I want you to know that I will ever be there for you as your sister, that you may talk to me about anything. I wish only for the happiness of all my dear friends, Boris and you and Andrei. It is sometimes difficult to deal with matters of the heart. It grapples against itself. We lose ourselves, we lose our sight of what we know. We do not understand all the different ways that one may love another. We do not understand that a love can be shared among many people, and yet there still be a single clear chord that cuts through, like the termination of a Beethoven sonata. You will always be welcome in my house. Old maid, being an old maid will be more than sufferable. Have I a friend like you at my side? Anything you wish to say to me, you may say in perfect frankness and perfect confidence. If you wish to rage against me and hate me for anything I have done, I will accept that hate and return only the love and the charity to stay away from you, if that is what you wish. But I hope, my dear sister, that you do not wish this. My only hope is for your eternal happiness, your happiness on earth and the happiness of those you love. I remain, as always, your most caring sister, who embraces you and kisses you as she loves you, Babette."
Yeah, I think that the letter goes, this is a letter that is the same and ends up at everyone's door. And it's a very short letter, very sincere, but it just says, "Dearest, I think it has been far too long since we have all dined together as friends and as family and as people who love and care for one another. I would appreciate if you could all join us in our Petersburg home on the night of Easter, and that we may dine together and reminisce and come to better understand each other in these new and different times. Yours truly, and with all my love, Vasya."
Oh, damn. Cool. Anybody else got a letter they want to do? Perhaps the last will and testament. Okay. Yeah, that's a mic. That was a mic drop. Cool. This is all cool. This is cool. So I guess our novel chapter is going to be, well, shall we say Easter Sunday, the year 1812. Napoleon's going to invade in a couple of months, but that's still in the future. A nice light entertainment. There'll probably be cards in the evening and a small band, perhaps even some genteel parlor dancing. That's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. How are you? I'm fine. Cool. So Vasya, you have ordered the fiddler, and he will call the tune. So who do you want to be there beyond the main characters, or is it just the main characters?
I think that unless there's some like other main character that everyone else really wants to be there to like stir the pot, then I feel like a bottle scene where we're all just there together feels like super funny.
May I remind folks, first, we're all cool with going late, because this is going to go late. And second, we all have monologue tokens. And probably we should spend them in this scene. I'm pretty sure we're going to have opportunity. So I think we should just probably cut with, maybe it's after dinner, and we're gathering in the parlor.
Do you mind if I go to the toilet first?
Oh, yeah.
This might go for a while, so.
We want to take 5?
Friends,
Yeah, we can take 5.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's take 5 and be back in 5.
Great.
Cool. Well, I'm glad we got that out of our system. That may be the last happy moment of our lives.
Vasya's having a dinner party. I'm sure it's going to go well.
It's gonna go fine.
Right.
It's
This
fine.
is Russian. This is Russian literature, not a mob novel.
I feel like it's gonna be Red Wedding, or it's gonna be fine.
I think it's gonna be fine.
I feel like there's a lot of space between Red Wedding and Fine.
Yeah, I think it may be an emotional red wedding, but to be fair, we've earned it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
let's just be honest with each other about me sticking with brother for years. It's cool.
So I'm gonna assume that there's probably some extras here, just like other guests, but we don't have to worry about them. They're just filling out the
We
scene.
can make a scene.
Huh?
We can make a scene in front of everybody.
Up to you, unless it's really super intimate. It's really just the 4 of us.
I was expecting it
5
to
of
be
us.
just the 5 of us, so that we
Okay.
did not have to speak
Cool.
in like codedly anymore, which is very not good society, but we
Cool. Cool. Well, if we play bridge, then somebody's gonna have to sit out. So, they can make their escape and warn the
Yeah,
other.
right?
Cool. So, where should we pick up? Maybe like right after dinner or during dinner, or?
I think after dinner's good.
All right, cool. So, so I guess Boris and Andrei went off to the study to have their cigars, and the girls were left in the room. Do we want to pick up then or right after that? Right after the ladies come back, the gentlemen come to rejoin the ladies.
I think
Because
that
either is good.
we should have like separate scenes and then bring it all together.
I like.
Great.
I like. Very good. Very good. Cool. Yeah. All right. Great.
Gentlemen first or ladies first?
Ladies.
I want to go gentleman. Yep. Oh, okay. I was gonna say gentleman first, so they can. Because that's just
Oh,
a
we
lot of
I
a
want
lot of
to
energy.
play all the track, and then like everything they do will be even more bittersweet.
Ah. All right. Okay. All right. I like your thinking.
We are in the presence of a criminal mastermind.
We're all dancing in his strings.
I'm glad you're on our side.
Cool. So, Babette has been talking about the situation in Europe, and it's like I think there's no other conclusion for Napoleon to be near Warsaw than he is gathering the Grande Armée again. And she's like sketching out on the tablecloth. Like he'll probably take 2 lines or maybe 3 lines of attack when he crosses the Niemen.
And then Vasya like kind of casually comes over and says something that like is very un-Vasya like. She's just like, oh, but if the troops are all going this way, then that means that these routes are just completely unguarded.
Well, I mean, the problem is that our noble sovereign has an army at best 1/3 the size of Napoleon's. So that's a thing. But here I am talking about things that would not even interest our gentlemen. So please forgive me. I have spent too long wandering my father's house. I'm afraid I've picked up some of the military art.
Oh, that's completely understandable. You wander around your paterfamilias's house for too long. You pick up enough of their traits, and you do expunge it all out. So do not worry about about this. It's understandable.
Yes, in fact, I think that it is delightful that you know so much about geography. It might come in quite useful someday.
Well, I've had the pleasure of traveling quite a bit in my youth, so.
I truly do envy you of that. You seem so worldly.
The problem with being worldly is that you have no place to put down roots, Vasya. There have been many times I have wished to find a place that I could root.
One might say that the grass is greener on the other side, as roots have a way of choking out any other life around them.
Babette pauses, ponders all the botany she knows, and then realizes this would be a bad idea. And just nods over her tea.
There's charm in wandering, I suppose, but you know better than us. Babette, the most ourselves, well, a quick trip to Paris in recent times, and apparently some half-forgotten childhood trips is all myself and Vasya had. You have been quite lucky in being able to experience so much.
Well, I thank you for the compliment, but I would not have thought it, but there is something about being back in Russia that I feel I have changed. There's something different and homey about our native country. I find myself musing on its beauty sometimes. And when that happens, I do not miss Paris or compare our poor wooden Moscow to the glories I have seen in London. There is something I suppose it's in my soul. I cannot help it. Je suis russe.
Sorry, I saw. I kind of want to spend a monologue token, but I think it's just the impulse to spend it right now. I'm not even sure what to ask. I just want to spend it.
You don't always have to ask. You can just drop one.
Okay, all right. Yeah. While Babette's yeah. No, I want to hear, like, let's see. Well, Babette's just basically bearing out her heart and soul. Poor dear. I kind of want to see what she's. So the last time I asked, like, what she's looking for, and clearly we figured it out. Do you want to spread to lay down roots and whatnot? And I kind of want to know, like, what does she fantasize that being? What does she see that being in her head? Like, what is that? What is that, like, picture? What does it look like? If she ever finds it.
I think if this was the movie version, at least part of this monologue would be, it would like be stopped spoken at some point, and it would just be a continuous cutting cycle of the Russian landscape. And I think in her heart she is thinking that if she is never to marry, as she is growing more and more afraid that she will never do, then there's nothing so wrong in being the aged oak in the middle of the garden that shades and protects those around her, and grows deep and strong roots to weather any storm. And she's somewhat like her mother in that way, in that her mother had the strength of character and roots in society to weather 20 years of not being with the one she loved. I suppose too she's looking around and just seeing all the unhappy marriages and pondering that it's not so unhappy to be single. At least she has some small degree of freedom. Babette is always torn about the life she could lead. She wouldn't mind being married and having children, but she no longer feels like, having seen what happened to all her friends, that there's any point in compromising her own morality or spirituality to marry somebody. If she could find the right person, she'd marry them, but she's come to think that he probably does not exist.
Do you think that comes across in the way that you're like talking about Russia and everything? Do you think that it's like really clearly evident to us that there's this like deeper longing there?
Yeah, I would think so. She's made little secret of the fact that she considers herself to be an old maid.
I think that Vasya comes over and sits down and says, "My dear Babette, I hope that you do not find yourself out of sorts here with us, with Sveta and I. I hope that you know that though we cannot provide the kind of love and attention a husband might, that we are always here for you."
I think she just pats your hand and says, "Thank you, sister."
Often I find myself wondering what I would do if I were unburdened by the shackles of marriage. I wonder how it would feel to roam around and see what life was like without having to prop up everyone around me, as is often the job of us women.
It's our lot in life to be the foundations of others, whether they deserve to be propped up or not, or whether we wanted to prop them up or not. Some people just try and find solace in that they're holding up the best kind of people. But Babette, I would only say that if you do find yourself in such a position, be sure of who you're supporting. Be sure of who you love. Don't give away your care and support so freely. You deserve better than that.
I've had 2 fathers. I have one sister who despises me. I have 2 women here who I would gladly call sister, who I had never met before a few years ago. I think it is most important when you say to be sure of who you love. I think it is most important that one realizes that family can be more than just those you are related to by blood. There is not a person alive I would tolerate in my presence to say that Andrei was not my dear father's son. Godson he was, but son of his heart he remains.
Oh, if we are forced to stick with the family we're given, then I would have. And she, before she can say anything else, she just takes a gentle sip of her drink. No, I prefer your definition, Babette. I'm sure there are those who find it libertine, but to hell with those.
Dearest
To hell with them.
Sveta, I'm sure that compared to the sort of parties that you and Boris used to throw in Moscow, you would find it most sedate and possibly a little vanilla. But if you would be so kind as to finally accept one of my invitations to come to our salons, they are intellectual, yes, but we have excellent musicians and very interesting speakers and in God's own truth. Occasionally, we have women who talk about things.
Amazing.
Dear Babette, I think that you underestimate Sveta. I think that you seem to have taken what my brother insisted for her as what she enjoys herself.
To the contrary, my dear Vasya, I see in Svetka the longing for the sort of society that, well, she'll never want to be rehabilitated the way that society would like her to hold boring meetings after church and endless rounds of visitation cards and, oh, but have you seen my daughter? But to move to a different class of people, to bring the energy and the passion that only she possesses to my little society would be, I think, good for both of us, dear Svetka. It would be good for both of us.
I wonder if either I am terribly transparent or the two of you are just incredibly perceptive.
Why can it not be both?
Perhaps you only bare your heart to those you actually love, Lana.
It's a small list. Thankfully, all of them are under this roof.
I would dare say that all of them are in this room.
Well, I will always share a complicated but pure love for my dear brother and for dear Boris Ivanovich.
I do think complicated is the right term for it, for I also still love both of them.
Svenka's trying to choose her words. No, she's like, complicated. I will not venture past complicated. If I try to explain what it is between Boris and myself, I would simply send you off to sleep. And Andrei's lovely, I suppose.
It is only unusual today. I have read the noble Greeks and Romans, and let me tell you, girls, they had some complicated things going on there. But that would be perhaps unseemly for a young unmarried woman such as myself. I would either get the reputation of being a hideous libertine or a vicious blue stocking, and those seem to be the only two options available for me. I have not decided which one I prefer better. Perhaps if I could only learn how my mother managed to be both at the same time. It was a neat trick.
I think that Vasya basically kind of intimates like, well, it is such a shame that that is the sole reserve for women, and yet men, as your Greeks used to say, get everything that they so desire. Why is it that all of these allowances are made for them, and yet we are the ones who silently hide for them and suffer for their passions?
Is this a cue to see what's going on in the drawing room, or?
Yes, yes, it is. What's happening with their passions?
Why they're smoking cigars?
That's what we're doing. I think when we walk into the room, I think it's sort of what Andrei always does. He like walks over and pulls out the brandy glasses and the cigars and like lets Boris, sit and wait, and then comes over and hands him his cigar and his glass of brandy and sits down next to him. Seems strange for us all to be here.
It is somewhat strange to be back in this house again.
I can imagine.
He lights his cigar on a candle and then sets it in the ashtray. I still love the smell of them, but they taste abysmal when you put them in your mouth.
I feel about women.
Andrushka.
Yes, Boreal.
You were married to my sister.
My apologies. It was uncouth of me.
It was strange to see Sveta again. It's been so long since we've been together and alone. I sometimes forget I'm even married.
Me too.
Myself or you see your wife quite often.
I sometimes forget I am married to her.
I do not ever forget.
It is funny. I married her because I love her more than I have loved any other woman. But I do not think that that is enough for any woman. I miss her when she's not here. When she was gone, I was beside myself with grief.
And when she returned, you did what needed to be done. I appreciate that.
Of course I did.
I had hoped to spare her the trauma of seeing me again after our falling out. She had been through much.
She invited us all here.
Yes, well, that needed to be her decision. The dinner was nice.
It was.
I refill your brandy. And lean against the sideboard. Unlike Sveta or Vasya, I have had so many opportunities to be alone with you over the past year. Yet, here I am again, and I feel tense and nervous. And I don't know why. And he reaches up and touches your cheek and says, "You're here. You seem so calm."
Feel calm. And he covers your hand with his hand and he says, "I feel calm because when I'm with you, there is nothing that could harm me."
You make it sound like I'm terribly brave.
I think love makes people brave.
What gives you your faith in me?
I'm an excellent judge of character. At least that's what Napoleon said to me.
Yes, well, he not known for his knowing when to quit.
He
Your friend Napoleon.
what's that?
Your friend Napoleon.
He puts his cigar down next to yours and says, "Are you interested in quitting?"
I cannot destroy my sister's heart again, and I do not know how to leave you. I make no pretension of being pure or chaste, but you are the only one who even liked me without needing anything back.
And I think he like gets very close to you up against the sideboard and says, "Because the only thing we ever had was each other."
Can we keep doing this? Will it kill my sister? Will it destroy her?
I think she's stronger than you think she is. I also think that even if you were to banish me from your side and never speak to me again, I would love you my whole life and never be able to give her what she wants.
I think as soon as you say banish, he grabs your hand and pulls you really close. He doesn't try to interrupt you speaking, but just...
Yeah.
We cannot be in here too long.
No, we should rejoin the ladies.
As soon as those cigars burn down all the way. Yeah.
I need a minute.
Like Daryl's actually got the fan out.
I forgot my fan. I feel naked again. Wow. Okay, cool. This is cool. I have a feeling that there's been way too much love in this room, and something needs to happen. So yeah, I guess you guys come and rejoin us in the sitting room.
Looking very together.
Yeah. I think Babette sees that and it's like, oh boy, goes for some punch.
It's not your first time at the rodeo.
Yeah,
I can't
you're the
quit
one who
you.
doesn't have to fix the aftermath of this.
Yeah.
You understand, it always starts this way, and then 2 days later, they are at each other's throats again.
I mean, technically, if they dated like gay men today, they would have already broken up. No one would have to worry about this. But
Right. We come in and rejoin the ladies, I think right after their last comment, probably.
yes, why indeed do women have to suffer for the passions of men? Why must they always get what they want?
Yeah, I think the door opens and Andrei says, "Who always gets what they want?"
Well, it's not me.
Okay. Vasya turns around and walks over and says, "Dear husband," and like gives you a kiss on the cheek and then pulls you into the room and leaves Boris behind. And then sits you down and says, "We were just having a rather frank conversation."
Boris quietly walks over to stand by Sveta.
I am interested in frank conversation. And he walks over to the sideboard and takes another cup of brandy.
So yeah, Vasya takes like a sip of like her champagne flute and says specifically, "Yes, I think it is time that we were a bit more frank about many things."
Dearest Vasya, is this truly the time and place? Perhaps you should prefer to spend some time with your husband.
I have spent time with my husband, and I have still been unable to forgive him.
Vasya, I merely remind you that even God cannot unsay what is said.
And God does not forgive what is unrepentant.
Forgive me for what?
Do you remember a year and a half ago at the party where I vanished?
I do.
Do you remember how my gown was found blood-stained and I had completely disappeared?
Yes, we thought you dead.
Yes. I was beset by a fit of madness. I lost all sense of myself. I tore at my face, at my body. I ripped the gown from myself and I ran into the open wilderness, and somehow I still didn't die. And I woke up completely at a loss for who I was or where I was.
Yes, you've told me part of this before.
Yes, what I did not tell you is that it took me only 3 days to recall who I was.
And why didn't you come home?
Because the other thing that I recalled was the moment that I stood outside of a balcony curtain and I listened to you have your way with my brother.
I am so spending my monologue token right now. On you, Andrushka. On you.
To find out what I think of this revelation.
Hails to the yeah. What are you thinking right in this moment?
I think Andrei had been sitting And as you were talking, he sort of got more and more erect. And then when you say that, he like leaps to his feet and like whirls around to look at you and is like sort of totally aghast. And he thinks several things in quick succession, none of which really have any words behind them. They're not articulate, which is how good he felt that evening, and then how stricken because he thought his wife was dead, and then how horrified he is that his wife was driven to hurt herself so badly based on what she knew about him. And then, dear God, she stayed away for a year to do what? Like, to what end? What was she trying to forgive me? Was she just hating me that entire time? And meanwhile, I was at home being a little relieved that I could just live my life. So he's aghast, but also enraged, but also just shocked by everything that you've just said. And what he manages to say is, I had no idea that you saw that. I'm so sorry.
The thing that I saw, Andrei, was how I couldn't have seen it all the time. It seems that in all of Russia, there is no bigger fool than me, because I said no to the rumors. I derided them. I said there is no possible way that my dear brother could possibly do something like that with another man. And even then I knew, but I did not suspect that it was you. That you, who came to me from the very beginning and courted me and asked for my hand and was so kind to me, and I'm monologuing, and to have you come over and betray me like that, and to have betrayed me like that for so long before, and then to discover that you were betraying me even in my death, because the rumors still spun, and they did not skip my convent.
I think Andrei like throws himself to his knees in front of you and like has his hands on either side of your body and says, "You don't understand. I courted you because I cared for both of you. What I said to you in my last letter, the letter that I left you for when you came home from Paris, was true. You are the only woman that I could ever feel this way about because I care for you so deeply. It's just not the same."
And is it possible that the only reason you care for me is because I am my brother's sister?
No, no. I could have cared for any woman that was as kind and gentle and intelligent and well read and gracious to me as you were. That you were his sister had nothing to do with it. We were children together.
I just don't know that I can believe you, Andrei.
I don't need you to. And he sits back on his heels and says, "You can forgive me or not, as it pleases you. I will not say a word against you in your decision. And if you like, I will stay away. I will give you half of everything I have and let you live your life as you would like to."
I want to spend my monologue token on Boris to hear his internal monologue as all of this is going down.
Yeah.
As soon as you started, Boris removed his hand from Sveta's shoulder or arm, depending on whether Sveta was standing or sitting. And his look of interest became steadily a glare. How dare she? How dare she? Does she not completely understand that all our happiness is built on illusions we create together? What does she want from us? How cruel and uncaring is she going to be? And how much longer can I even stand here without walking out that door and never coming back? I think that's it.
I look down at Andrei and I reach out and I run my fingers through that golden hair. And I look at and I smile at him and I say, if you could only have one Fedorov, which would it be?
He is still like kneeling and looks up at Boris and then looks back at you, and you can see the answer in his face. Even though what comes out of his mouth is, I can't answer that.
My hand falls away from my face and I take a step back. I say, dear husband, I believe this is the last time you shall ever look upon my face.
What do you mean?
I mean that tomorrow, no, tonight, I will be boarding a train and I will make my way to the continent, into Europe. And I will find my way around Napoleon's armies. And I will find somewhere safe to stay, far, far away from you. And far, far away from you. And I look over at Boris. The two people that I thought I could love the most betrayed me. The two people that I wanted the best for threw me away. And so now it is my turn to throw you away.
Vasya, I beg you, do not say never. There's too much love in this room for you, even if right now it is so sorely wounded and has become bitter to you.
I turn around and I shout, they have betrayed me for years. They have done this to me for years. They did not think of anyone. They did not think of me. They passed themselves off as caring and sensible and heroic and romantic. And yet they did this to me again and again.
In your heart, you know they betrayed themselves 1,000 times as well.
And yet it is the woman's job to make amends for that. And yet it is my job to forgive them. I have tried to forgive them for years.
I'm not saying forgive. You're not saints. None of us are. You must not. If you must go, I understand, but you must not go alone. Take me or Sveta. Please, I
Why
beg.
not both? They seem perfectly content to stay here with each other and live in their house of cards. They seem perfectly content to sneak around and to lie and to be disloyal and to be degenerate and to care only about themselves. So why should we prop them up? Why should we not go and build our own community, and build our own family, the way they have excluded us from theirs?
Because I love you both. And if we both go, if both Sveta and I go, they will be left with nothing. And do not think that just because you feel that they have won today, they will not need someone soon. This is bitter for everyone, and this has been brewing a long time. You know that. We have all of us played our part in this. We have all of us done so.
I have done nothing to deserve this.
This was your doing. It was your entire desire. You would not leave me alone until I agreed to marry.
And I wanted
Do not contradict me. This was your idea and doing, and it was your choice. I tried to absent myself to avoid doing scandal to you, but you would have none of it.
to avoid scandal. You took up with that valet, the stories from your time on the front. Those are scandals, Boris. Those are smears upon us, and we tried so hard. Uncle Valentin and I tried to clean up after it, to make it all go away. We tried to make that chatty valet of yours go away, and you protected him too. And so you had the valet, you had the men on the front, you had my husband, and you were trying to blame me?
I am married and here in your life because you would not give me another choice.
You think this
Ivanovich, do not stand in a room full of women and talk about the lack of choices that you possessed.
Andrei has started just weeping openly on the floor, and stands up and puts his hands on his wife's shoulders and says, "If I did not love you, I would not have married you. But we don't live in a world where any of us, get to have the choices that we'd like to have. My choice is to see you happy. And there was no one, none of the people courting you that would have made you happier than I have tried to make you."
You see, Andrei, you did the one thing that could guarantee that I can never be happy with you again. You said that I was not good enough.
That's not what I said.
It is what your actions said.
But haven't I been by your side through everything?
Were you by my side on that balcony that night?
No.
Then you were not by my side through everything.
If you leave, you'll break my heart. But I can't stop you.
Then our hearts will be a matching pair of broken rubble.
That's your choice.
I think I turn and I reach out and I say, of course. We've continued to make it all about us. And yet, dear Sveta sits here, completely in the thrall of the Batarovs once again. And I go over and I sit down and I put a hand on your lap and I say, I know that you knew, but now that it is all in the open, how do you feel?
I want to spend a monologue token to know how she's felt through all of this. And then I want to hear what she says out loud.
This is the monologue. I think I'll throughout all this time, as kind of all this is kind of happening, Sveta's just been sitting there, just very stony faced, very like visibly distraught, but trying to keep it in the way she always tries to do. But there was a part of her that thought it was all going to be a happy ending. Thought there was a part of her that wished that it was all coming together. It was all coming together so well. It seemed like everything was just going to be swept aside, and people just imagine what's better rather than what's there. And the other part of her is angry at herself for even thinking that. Of course. Of fucking course. It's never gonna be a happy ending. I think when Vasya puts her hand on Sveta's, I just can't help but laugh just a bit. It's like, I knew, and I let myself think. Just knowing, just me knowing means that everyone knows and everything will be fine. I let myself believe that it was going to be fine. No, I wanted it. But she looks at Boris and she looks at Andrei. She sighs. She kind of like squeezes Vasya's hand just a bit. And she says, but I do what I always do. Just try and look out for Vasya. And I failed on that. I honestly, and she moves her hand away from Vasya. It's like, again, I don't know how you can sit here and think me not a party in all of this. It is about the Fedorovs. It's always been about the Fedorovs, and I was fine with that. I was fine being a prop to all of you because I have nothing else. Outside of this room, I'm just, I don't even know. But I failed. Clearly. Look at all of you. Look at all of this. I let myself be swept away, and now it's over.
I think Andrei put his hand on Sveta's shoulder while Sveta is like sitting down and says, when I wrote you, Vasya, I had hoped that you and I could have this sort of understanding that Boris and Sveta have. But I was foolish and selfish. And I forgot the woman I married.
Truly, that shows you didn't know me at all.
I also thought that you came back different than you were when you went away. I thought you came back the caring and gentler version of yourself that you were when we were younger, when I thought that this could have the happy ending that I wanted.
That's because you closed your eyes, Andrushka. You wanted to close them.
And that's my thought.
Vasya gets like tears in her eyes and she says, it wasn't all an act. I wanted to be that person. I wanted to be the one who could forgive you, who could give you what Sveta gave Boris, but I'm just not that person.
Then there's no need for you to leave the country. Let me set you up with your own estate. Let me give you what I can give you as your husband.
And still be kept by you?
No. No. You can just have half of everything and live wherever you want. I don't even have to know where it is. You don't have to leave your home.
I look over and I look at Boris and I say, he was my home, but there is no space there for me anymore.
I will support whatever decision you make. And he sort of organizes his, like, he's all disheveled, and the way you've seen him do 100 times, sort of fixes his coat and his shirt and his collar. And he says, if you'll excuse me.
And I think at that point, I'd like to spend 3 resolve tokens.
Oh, shit.
And I would like Andrei and Boris and Babette to pass out.
Son of a bitch.
Okay.
Y'all don't have to accept them, like, but I definitely drugged the brandy in the study.
So,
just drug. Is it drug? I want to make sure it's just drug.
You're just passing out, like full stop. Like this is not. It's not poison. It's a drug to put you to sleep for a while.
Yeah. So let's just do a quick check. Like, do we all feel like this is matching the tone of the story? Because I can see it, but it's definitely pulling it in a certain curve.
My only thing is that I just don't want to wake up dead.
No, I don't think that Vasya will kill you.
I just kind of want to know what happens when we wake up.
I think
And so basically the way I'm picturing this is that I drugged the two of you for sure because I originally had much darker machinations, but after this discussion, that said, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I think you wake up to find that I'm gone for sure. Like, and I've spirited it off to you, right? And I wanted to have a conversation with Sveta about whether she'd want to come with me. And then I kind of drugged Babette just because I wasn't sure if she would come or not. And I don't get the feeling that she would have, so.
Well, yeah, I don't mind that at all. Like, we wake up and you're just completely gone. That's fine with me.
The only thing is I would like to start the process of storming out and either get to the entryway or to the open door before having sort of a reaction and then collapsing.
Yeah, I think we both, like, maybe I leave and then you start to follow me.
I think I was I think I'm mainly angry leaving.
Yeah, I mean, we both are.
Yeah.
My condition is that I will not interact with the scene, but I'm not actually drugged or not drugged enough that I'm not somewhat aware of what's going on.
Cool.
Okay. Actually, I think it would be fine if Babette was also conscious. Like, I think that I'm okay with that, actually. So if it's
okay.
Boris and yeah. Because I think that you, as the voice of reason, would probably be a lot of fun too. So.
Fantastic. That is my job here. All right, so that
they fall down, and I kind of stand up.
I stand up.
over
My God, what's wrong with them? Did they have a stroke? Oh my God.
I think I stand up.
On asleep.
Hold on. Yeah, Darryl, you break up a bit. What did you say there?
I say they have simply fallen asleep.
What have you?
Look at you, Vasya.
I turn to Sveta and I just go, "This is your fault."
This is not Sveta's fault. This was my own plan. All those days in the convent, and I finally put it to action.
No, she has the truth of it.
Sweet, merciful Mary.
They pulled the wool over my eyes for so long that it is only right that I get to do it for a few moments.
Countess Vasilisa Ivanova Vasileva. What madness is this? You drug your own guests? What are you, a Borgia?
Throwback. I turn around very calmly, although you can see that I'm kind of like in a little bit of disbelief that it's happening. Actually, hold on, sorry. I'm gonna soundproof my walls one day. And I say, I wanted time to think about Andrei's response. I had hoped for a better one, and I had hoped that I wouldn't have to do what I must do.
That's what dressing rooms are for.
Babette, please. What did you hope for? What was the response you wanted?
I don't want to shock the two of you with where my dark thoughts went. But I know that, Babette, you are on some level right, as you are always right. That though I cannot stand the sight of them right now, I still love both of them.
But, Vasya, if you know everything, then you surely know that I have had a part in this as well. I wrote to you in the hope that I could somehow find a way for you all to live and be happy.
Yes, and though I admire your dedication to your dear brother, I know that ultimately you came at this from an outside perspective. As much as you admire Russia, as much as you hold it so dear, you did not grow up in its cold embrace. You would not understand the cold steps that I had to take.
That's not true. Tu n'as aucune raison. Oh, wait.
Just raise an eyebrow at that.
I turn back to Sveta and I say, Sveta, you have been like a sister to me. You have been there for me, and you have, as you said, always put my best interests at heart. And I know that you may hold some guilt about all of this, but you shouldn't. Because even then, the only people who did anything wrong here are the two of them. They are the ones who betrayed me, they betrayed you, they betrayed all of us. Their secrets and their lies and their desire to put themselves above everyone else. And so now, we can be free. Andrei does not know that I have sold so many of the artifacts around this house and amassed a huge amount of money with which we can use to escape. And I have passage booked for 3 tonight. If you both, and I turn back to Babette and I say, if you both would like to come with me, perhaps we can start a community somewhere else where we can watch Sveta blossom into what we know she can become, and where I can patch my wounded heart and hopefully one day learn to forgive.
Vengeance is not a color that suits you well, Vasa. You can't burn down the house and then hope to keep living in the ashes. If you do this madness, you've already committed a crime.
And what? They will tell on me? They will reveal why I had such a reason to do so?
I refuse to believe that you, who had so many suitors, not jelly at all, you who had so many suitors, you who is so well versed, you who had Sveta by your side constantly, could have had no intimation about what was going on. You've known your brother since he was a child. You must have known something. Yes, Andrei acted poorly. Yes, there was a betrayal, but there were many betrayals here. And there are many chances for forgiveness, and there are many hearts that are broken, mine included, to see you. I'm the one that's wicked. I'm the one that cannot live up to their ideals. Sveta is the one who is decadent and conniving, not you. Not you. Sveta calls me an angel, but it's not true. What have I suffered? It is you. It was always you, Vasa. I'm not asking you to sacrifice your life anymore, but your heart can find recompense in other places. You can be with me. I cannot leave all those who I love going apart from me. If you leave with Sveta, then you will have someone you love, and Andrei and Boris will need someone to protect them. Do not think that just because they have each other that this means that it will be any easier for them. They will suffer over this, and maybe they deserve to. Maybe we all deserve to suffer. Maybe life is only suffering. I don't think it has to be, though. I love you as my sister. If you stay or come with me somewhere else, I will protect you. But if you must go, then go. And I will do nothing to find you. I will do nothing to tell them where you've gone. I will tell them. I will not even tell them about what you have done. I will make up some clever story involving the grip or something.
I think I turn to Sveta and I say, Sveta, once again, you are letting us do all the talking.
Finally noticed, huh?
I've always noticed.
Of course. Foolish of me to underestimate you, Vasya. You're wrong, Babette. I think of anyone in this room, you're the most angelic of us all to carry all our sins. But I'm looking at Vasya. All that you've done right now, that doesn't seem like someone that can be dissuaded, can they? And I'm not the one to tell you what to do. Babette calls me decadent, but I am who I am. Someone who follows, someone who props people up. What you've become, Vasya, you are my burden. You're my responsibility. I turn to Babette, just as these two are yours now.
Svetka, you're going to find the path to redemption is going to be much harder now.
I never asked for redemption.
I turn
Only for those I love.
Svetka, you've been asking for forgiveness and redemption since I first laid eyes on you. And it was always here for you, even after you pulled me into your own personal cyclone of pain.
Another sin to add to my growing collection. Well,
It was
let me.
not meant as accusation.
It's never about what anyone means to Babette.
Vasya kind of like sighs and grabs a champagne flute off the table and like takes a sip of it and says, I find continued conversations of angels and demons and sins and forgiveness quite trite at the moment. There are no angels here. I look over at the two of them slumped over on the ground. I say, and there are no demons either. There are just people muddling their ways through their lives and hurting each other as a consequence.
Go. I will handle the servants. Go, both of you. Go for the love of God. Go with God. If any God will hear us. Vasya, kiss me one last time. No, kiss me. Let it not be the last time.
Vasya crosses the room and embraces you and kisses you and stares in your eyes and says, this shall not be the last time. You shall find us again. You can berate us on our choices then too.
I would choose rather to simply love you as I always have.
And you shall have my love as well. And so shall they, maybe one day.
Has Vasya monologued yet? Token, who's got the token? Why, it's you, Boria.
Sorry, I could not get mute off. Yeah, I will. Whatever Vasya wants to say.
I think this is happening in kind of a montage of like Vasya and Sveta like taking bags and slipping off into the night and catching a train and then a boat and then another train and then the scenery just blurs and blurs until there's hardly an idea of where they've gone and it's kind of like almost like a voiceover. It's like, I had meant to do so much worse. I had meant to take revenge on them for all of the ways that they had hurt me and betrayed me. I don't know if Babette was right or not. Perhaps I always did know, and perhaps I never wanted to admit it until it was right in front of my face. I don't know if maybe I was jealous. Maybe I wanted Andrei to love me as much as he loved Boris. Or maybe it's just that I couldn't handle it after all. In the end, I'm glad I didn't do what I wanted to do in the darkest of that first night. And perhaps a part of me does regret fleeing. A part of me certainly regrets dragging Sveta with me, because once again, she has succumbed to Fedorov's selfishness. But I can only hope that somewhere, someday, I won't feel this burning in my chest. I won't feel like I'm being torn to shreds by so many possible futures that will never be. I wanted so badly to make sure that the Fedorov name lived on, and now I have forsaken it. I don't know what that leaves me now. I don't know where I'll go.
Epilogue time.
Great, good. Are those basically epistolaries, or?
Yep. Yeah, we can do them as letters. I mean, we could do a thing that we haven't really done to date, but could, where you're sending a letter, but you can like do a brief scene of narration, or even brief dialogue scene, as sort of a allow me to relate what happened.
Is it just one per person?
I don't know the complete technical thing, so maybe.
It's cool.
Let's swing it.
Yeah. I think the first thing I want to do is I want to have a not a letter, but a journal, kind of like you did. And it's Katish. And her journal reads, Dear Coco, I am sitting in the back garden and I wish to tell you of our daughter. I am so proud of her. She has endured so much and has been brave enough to tell me exactly what it is she wants out of her life. And I'm going to help her have it. You and I lived for so long in the shadows, and what I desire the most for our child is that she live in the brightness of light and get everything it is that she could possibly want. I love her so dearly, and all I want for her is that she should have the joy that you and I denied ourselves for so many years. And I think that you read that journal entry at some point in your future after your mother has died.
My heart, it is shooketh.
You can decide what it is she like gives you or lets you do or whatever that is your.
Already done, but I don't think it should be the second one.
Yeah. I'm not ready to do Andrei yet.
I think I'll do one for Sophia. Yeah, like sending like a letter into the ether to her sister. So, Dear Svetlana, this letter will never reach you. You shall never find it. You shall never read its words. You shall never know that you forever changed me. I can't thank you enough for taking me out of our father's house. I can't thank you enough for showing me that there's even 1 ounce of kindness that could be found in anyone else. I know that you will never read this, but I hope that somehow, some way, you will hear about my engagement. I have met a very handsome prince. His name is Mikhail. And though we met first at the party where we all learned that you and Vasya had disappeared, and he was so at the time enamored with her, I have since found my own way into his heart, and he somehow miraculously into mine. I am soon to no longer be a Morozov, and I hope that soon we shall propagate a line of people who will not be Morozovs. And I hope that wherever you are, You are smiling as brightly and you feel as warm as I, because it is all that you deserve and more. Possibly for the first time with total honesty, all of my love, Sophia.
Boris, what do you think the ending is for the two of us?
I think after that, Boris just leaves.
And I never see him again, or?
I don't know. It's sort of like, I think he goes back to his house. He keeps money where Sveta can get it if she needs it, but does not attempt to reach out to either Sveta or Vasya again. In fact, he puts most of the money, and he pretty much returns to that little country house. But I think there's definitely a period of silence where he cannot be. He self-reports to the servants that he's very, very ill.
I think I know what Andrei's last letter is. Because I think it's the last letter he ever has to send to Boris.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a note that arrives by courier like 6 months after you isolate yourself. And it's written in a very hurried hand. And it says, the love I bear you has cost both of us too much for me to stay away any longer. I am coming for you and I am never leaving.
Dear Boris Ivanovich.
Oh boy.
I would thank God that I am once again able to write you, but of course, neither of us truly believe in that. So let us say Providence and hope that the deist will forgive us our little trespass. I am sure you will greet my brother upon the receipt of this, for the princess has told me about your current living conditions, and as I once said unto Andrei, you'll never need to ask, and I will never give a judgment. As you know, after what happened in Petersburg, the last time we saw Vasilisa Ivanova, I returned to Moscow, and so I was there when Napoleon entered the city and when it burned. I was pressed to be a nurse, helping the wounded of both sides. And I think this would be the montage would begin, where it shows her sitting and like going through some soldier's pack and pulling out this like little notebook with French poetry, and then she's flipping through it, and like it's clear he's been like trying to learn Russian. Over the next several days, I had the fortune to speak with my brave hussar colonel. It turns out that he is from a good family and of noble birth, a spiritual man, deeply read in philosophy of both Voltaire and Rousseau and many of the new German writers. And there's probably some scene where like they're like she's got him like sitting in a window, and he's telling her about all these philosophers he's read and all the poetry he loves, and she just is like, have I told you that I'm quite a rich heiress? Suffice to say, my dear Louis and I are fortunate enough to have planned our marriage in Moscow for the coming fall. I will of course expect both you and my brother to attend. Bring the princess if you may. Do write me, as I have always requested, the very moment you hear anything from your sister, if you ever do. And if you ever have cause to speak to her, remember that I will always love her eternally. I remain your very devoted sister and sister-in-law, Elizaveta Nikolaevna Volokova. P.S. I am attempting to practice writing more in Russian, as Louis likes to hear it.
Cute.
right, come on, you two, step up to the cage. Let's go.
Step up to the cage, boys.
So, all right. I think it's actually kind of fitting that we'll end on Sveta, who was the true theater goer the entire time. Get her final recap. So Vasya will go first. The letter is okay. So to my dear Princess Elizaveta Nikolaevna Bolokova, I hope this letter finds you well, and I hope that you will forgive the brusqueness for which I am addressing you. For though I once called you sister, I do not presume that title unjustly any longer. You shall notice that the postmark on this letter comes from London, where I spirited Sveta and I away that fateful night. And though it has been 20 long years since that time, I could not hold it in anymore, and I had to reach out. I have very quietly kept ties on what happened with my brother and my husband. And I find that with time, I was able to forgive them, and I was able to, with more time, wish them well. In the end, you were right. In the end, I was a coward to have fled, and to have hoarded my feelings, and to have made all of them suffer my absence, and to have made you suffer my absence. Though I don't presume that my presence would have been any more of a delight. You'll notice that if you look up the name on the end of this page, I've started a new life. And though it is probably sheer folly for me to reach out, I could not go another day, another month, another year without at least attempting to atone for that horrible thing that I did. I hope that you can accept my most earnest of apologies. I did a horrible thing, and I put you all in a horrible situation. And I have held myself accountable for that every day since I've left. Not a day goes by that I do not think of all of you and wish that I could have undone that. I did regret it, and I do regret it. And I miss you all so terribly. Yours, Marina Cavendish.
Oh, can I please send a short note back?
Yep.
Dear Mrs. Cavendish, I had the honor of receiving your correspondence. As luck would have it, my husband and I plan to visit London, where my daughter Svetlana is currently studying. I hope that we will have the pleasure of introducing you to Nikolai, my son, and Vasya, my other daughter, at your earliest opportunity. I have the honor to remain, Madame Elizabeth Brandenburg de Cour.
Is it just me, right?
I haven't done, so do it.
Have you done?
No.
I thought you...
Go for it, Leandro.
Okay. I think this is kind of maybe a bit earlier than Vasya's letter, and this is addressed to Count Andrei Fyodorovich Vasilev. My dear Count, you probably did not expect to receive a letter such as this, so I will be honest. I write to you because you are the one that I have found easiest to write to. Because to be frank, you've had nothing but a polite relationship between the two of us. Caught in the orbit of our beloved Fedorovs. So I write to commiserate and to share and to mourn and to be honest. Back in the Battle of around the Battle of Austerlitz, I had written to my father, who had been serving, to see whether yourself was a soldier of fine upstanding. I wrote to him because I wanted to know if you were worthy of Vasya. Even back then, all I had cared about was her well-being. And believe me, I do not begrudge you for what has happened since, because I share quite a bit of fault in that. But those sort of wounds are hard to heal, especially when it's two such wounded trying to care for each other. It was painful. It was... For a while, I thought that we would just wallow, even though we were so far away. we found, well, I should not speak for Vasya, but I found that you run so far, but you just can't run as fast as you think you can. It is not my place to offer you forgiveness on Vasya's behalf. That's hers and hers alone. But I do want to say that time does heal, even slowly. This isn't a promise, more a gesture. That if you may find bits of the old life coming back to you. Apologies, I've rambled. I found that this letter is harder than expected. It's been a day since I started writing, and I've only just come back to this. It turns out that reopening these wounds is rough, and I'm sorry. But I feel that this needed to be written, and I wish yourself and dear Boria nothing but the best of health. Yours, Svetlana Viktorovna Morozov.
Hi, Boris.
Andrei, permission to go south.
What's that?
Permission to go south. Do you want to come?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right. This is an indirect.
I'm going wherever you're going, okay?
All right. This is an indirect letter to Sveta, left with Boris's attorneys. My beloved Sveta, I do not know how to reach you. But this money is yours. I've preserved only the house in Moscow. And I give you a key to that. I have left it, though, in the name of my sister. It has been a long time since I have left Russia, except on military campaign. And once the season is over, I have asked for Andrushka's friendship and companionship on my journeys south. We'll be leaving from Odessa 3 weeks after his sister marries. It may be some time after that you receive this letter. I had hoped our marriage would bring what little bit of happiness the two of us could find. I am sorry that it did not. It should at least bring you a certain amount of security. For myself, I am done with marriage and I am done with Russia. I do not know how long Andruska will choose to travel with me. But I do not expect myself to ever return. Perhaps living among the Greeks, should he leave, I shall be forced to join a monastery or something else like that. It would not be the first time, I do believe, that an atheist has done so. I am sincerely yours, Boria.
Can
I got feels, yo.
Can I write out one more canon thing that happens for sure?
Mm-hmm.
My letter was short. Many, many years later, 20 years later, when Vasya is coming out of the opera or the ballet or some theatrical thing in London, standing across the street is Andrei. Like, followed her all the way to London, and whether or not Boris is also there is up to Boris.
I think Boris is superstitious about going west.
That's fair. That's fair. And she doesn't notice him at first. He comes across the street and walks up and says, "It breaks my heart to see a beautiful lady so unaccompanied."
She stops and like you see like her shoulders raise and that the exact same way they used to do as a teenager when something surprised her. And then she just turns around and like sees you, and then her eyes get wide and then they start to fill with tears, and she just like she drops like the umbrella that she's holding and like lunges forward and just wraps her arms around you and starts crying and smiling and laughing.
Yeah.
You mean we ended up not even as dark as a Warden novel? I gotta work on my chops here.
I was gonna kill everyone.
That's
You
fair.
were.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sure, then you got distracted by love.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna kill everyone, and I had to do something to make sure that didn't happen.
I waffled back and forth hardcore.
All right, guys. I have feels, yo. I cannot begin to thank you guys enough for this month. It's been a remarkable experience.
Great.
You guys were so great. Yeah, I did not know if this would work, and you guys gave me something that's just so precious to me right now. I've put the Discord chat in because even though it's super late, maybe we might need this. I don't know. I won't keep anybody, but
I might have a couple feelings.
yeah, there might be some feelings.
Oh, I'm actually getting a phone call. I might have to skip out.
Okay.
All right.
So
Yeah.
anyway, I want to just say thank you all again, and I'm sure we'll all meet again soon. And thank you so much. I will talk to you all soon. And до свидания.